We are live. Brilliant. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of Local SEO for Good. I am Claire Carlile, and I'm a local search expert at Bright Local, and I will be your host for today. We had an amazing day yesterday, and we're going to have an amazing day today. We have got some brilliant presentations and panels on for you today, so make sure you stay tuned as much as you can. But first, a reminder as to why we're here today. So, Local SEO for Good. Just move my mic, that should be a bit better. Local SEO for Good. Every penny raised from ticket sales is going straight to the 23 charities that have been nominated by our speakers. And some of those charities include Women in Tech SEO, the Freelance Coalition for Developing Countries, Centre for Black Equity, and Earth Justice, and all the others that you'll see here on the list. What an amazing list of not-for-profits and charities. So on top of the amazing amount that you've helped us raise so far from ticket sales, thank you very much for that. We are encouraging further donations throughout today to make an extra push and to raise as much money as we possibly can. So even if it's a little bit, then please consider donating again. Donations, big or small, are very welcome and will make such an incredible difference to all of these organizations. So you can donate through the GoFundMe page. You'll see the QR code on the screen and in the live chats. And I think the thing also to remember is Bright Local are matching your donations dollar for dollar. So every donation that you make is essentially doubled. And we really appreciate any help that you can give these organizations. I need to say a thank you to our sponsors, Wix Studio, for helping us get closer to our fundraising target through your kind donation. So coming up, we've got speakers, we've got a very special local SEO quiz, so stay tuned for that. And throughout today, we'll also catch up with Harry and Becky, if you watched any of their videos from yesterday, to find out what else could go wrong in the world of local SEO. So you'll want to stay tuned for those videos, which are coming up later on. So just a tiny bit of housekeeping for today. Today's event is recorded, so you come back just using the same YouTube link to watch the replay. And please, 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 please ask your questions in the chat because we will get time for Q&A on each session and you'll get your chance to really pick the brains of our amazing speakers. So just put Q, then plus your question in the live chat and we'll ask as many as we can. So let's crack straight on with this. We will move on to our first speaker of today. That is the wonderful Aleyda Solis. So if you don't know who Aleyda is, she is a very experienced speaker and author on digital marketing and tech SEO. She runs the SEO FOMO newsletter, which basically is an amazing place and an amazing resource to catch up on all the SEO news. And she was named the 2018 European Search Personality of the Year. But quite frankly, she's my European Search Personality of the Year every year. Let's say hello to Aleyda.
Hello, Claire. How are you? So wonderful to be able to speak.
I am so well. We're also lucky to have you here. Happy birthday for yesterday.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. Like a year older, well, better than not. Get to get old in any case.
Yes.
I'm so excited to be able to share it with you a little bit and with this fantastic event. It's wonderful.
We are super lucky. Thank you very, very much. So we're going to get straight to it. I'm going to hand over to you for your presentation, which is SEO Auditing in 2023, How to Develop Successful Audits That Get Executed. So that's the important bit, isn't it? Stuff that gets done. So everyone listen up, get your questions in the chats, and over to Aleyda.
Thank you very much. I have to say that this topic for me is quite a big thing as an SEO, because I believe that it's true that there are many trends and areas that can come and go, but this one in particular is one of those core aspects that, independently if we are technical SEO, content specialists, link builders, local SEOs, whatever SEO area we're focused on, realistically, we audit our websites in one way or another. And it's always a challenge. There is a point in our SEO journey in which it goes from being a knowledge challenge to become an execution challenge, right? And this is what I want to share about today, about how to develop successful SEO audits that actually get executed and achieve results. And even in 2023, if you had asked me 10 years ago, I would have expected already to tell you, look, like that is a sorted problem, right? Like we are still having challenges at this point with our SEO auditing process, because there's less buy-in, less resources, and also less support, unfortunately, to execute. And we can blame the economic uncertainty, all the faster, easier to understand marketing channels, although there's better understanding of SEO than it was like 10 years ago too, or 5 years ago. There are still challenges. There's also increasing organization bureaucracy, the higher implementation constraints many times because of legacy systems, related tech debt, also new JavaScript reliant web frameworks, greater difficulty predicting results too because of all of the search updates going on, shifting organic real estate in SERPs, and potential impact, this uncertainty of potential impact of AI and generative search. And it's not only you, right? I want to confirm this if you were feeling a little bit like, oh, this is, I have all of these challenges. Is this something that is shared across all of the different areas of SEOs and among all of the SEO community? And I did this survey a few months ago, the SEO auditing survey, and the results were pretty clear. Most SEOs have a hard time with audit execution. Only 20% see their recommendations implemented more than 90% of the time. And unfortunately, too many SEOs had key recommendations implemented only 50% to 69% of the time. And of course, as a consequence, it's also getting harder to achieve SEO goals. Only 17% of SEOs said that they achieve goals more than 90% of the times. And 53% of SEOs said that it's harder to achieve SEO goals now than it was 2 years ago. So yeah, it's a real issue, because at the end of the day, getting our recommendations executed and achieving results and goals is how we end up achieving success and getting our clients to hire us for more and well, a positive ROI ultimately for all of us, for all of the involved, right? So I want to share today 7 actions. Some of them might even seem a little bit counterintuitive, that I believe we should be at the very least testing in our SEO processes to change things, to improve things, to make things happen, and to avoid all of these problems that are plaguing the different SEO processes, right? So first one, we should do a radical SEO audit prioritization with a high impact solution focus, 10 action plan leveraging storytelling. Allow me to explain, please. I know that in general, we understand how critical it is to establish action-driven, solution-focused, prioritized recommendations. I am the first one who have all of these frameworks to avoid, on one hand, leaving anything out that is critical and important, establish hypothesis solutions, and prioritizing based on what will achieve the higher impact and will tend to have the lower effort. I believe that most of us, we have seen many times the Eisenhower table here that we tend to use for prioritization purposes. I have shared also templates. There are many templates out there. Many people, brilliant people. Arish also share a brilliant template. There are so many resources for SEO actions prioritizations, which are amazing and useful to use. But I believe that there's more that is needed than this. This is clearly not enough, because most of SEOs, when I asked about it, said that they are already doing this. Most of us, thankfully, are already prioritizing more than 90% of the time. And we are prioritizing already versus impact and efforts, focusing on business goals and objectives, setting an optimized web-based first, and then balancing resources and feasibility, which is amazing, but it's clearly, well, not working as it should, because we still face all of these challenges that we have discussed so far. And then when I start to think about it, I realized that we shouldn't necessarily be surprised, because even if we are prioritizing, who has the time and resources to go through all of this, and even less to implement them, right? Like when we develop recommendations, we want to be like comprehensive. We don't want to leave anything out. So we develop documents that are usually dozens of pages, like even more than 50 pages. And yes, they are prioritized, but who has the time to go through all of that? And these are only the tech ones. What about content recommendations, right? Like who have the even the patients that are not SEOs, like all the stakeholders, I mean, to go through all of this and prioritize all of this and get it into the plan is simply too much, right? Even if these are actions that are prioritized, realistically, we need more. So your recommendation shouldn't include all that matters. It's too complex and won't be done anyway. So I know that you will be feeling a little bit like, wow, what is this? What they are paying me to do? But no, they are not paying you to document and specify every single configuration or area that is non-optimized. They are paying you to achieve certain results, certain goals, right? So we tend to include all of the scope of our SEO recommendations, is including everything that can be fixed, improved, built, and then prioritize it. And what I will say is that it's better to only focus on what will actually matter and should be executed right now. The rest, we can leave it for future iterations of the SEO process, because at the end of the day, this is an ongoing process, iterative, incremental. So we should eliminate anything that doesn't have an impact towards your current goals. Only the must have, not the nice to have. Clearly specify how each action will help to achieve the established SEO goals, and be specific of the scope of the execution, providing examples and what needs to be executed, showing viability too. So your recommendations will go from what I'm showing on screen at the top versus what I'm showing below, right? Much easier to go through and execute, much easier to understand, right? And then additionally, I will recommend to leverage that storytelling to explain, engage, and drive action with each of your recommendations. Explaining what has happened, what is the issue, opportunity about, and why it's so important. The conflict, why did this happen, the cause of the issue and opportunity, and the resolution, how to proceed, the proposed solution for issue or opportunity, right? So it needs to be very action driven. And I will say that on top of it, we also should feature an executive summary at the start to facilitate it further for decision makers to go through it, to understand if C-level type of roles wants to take a look at it. They don't need to go through all of the explanations of the documents. They just need to take a look at the first page, the executive summary. If you share it also with the development team, then they want to take a look at deeper data, the different scenarios that you found, the actual URLs to go through that have problems. They can go to the data appendix, but it needs to be formatted in a way that is easy to go through, right? So remember again that you're not paid to spot all the SEO issues, but for achieving SEO goals by solving those that are actually hurting the business, right? So featuring a maximum of 10 high impact to goals actions, using storytelling to better communicate importance and drive action, add an easy to understand executive summary for decision makers. These three key things can make all the difference to actually go through and understand better and facilitate the execution of your SEO recommendations. Once that this is done and clear, I will say that another thing to start doing is to developing a parallel SEO low-hanging fruit framework to develop and deliver quick SEO wins fast, right? And you will tell me, Aleyda, what are you telling me? Because everything in SEO depends, right? It depends. We love to say that it depends. But we need to realize that one of the main challenges that we have also as SEOs is that the SEO long-term nature is one of the main reasons for its execution challenges too. The delays, impatience from clients expecting also immediate results, and why they prioritize many times other areas to our efforts. And realistically, it's true that a lot of things in SEO depend on the context, but there are always context agnostic SEO low-hanging fruit opportunities across processes. That is the reality, right? This can be developed also in parallel to initial SEO analysis to achieve results much faster. So we don't need to wait 5 weeks to start just the coordination of the execution, because we have spent 5 weeks doing the audit and developing recommendations, right? We have this parallel low-hanging fruit assessment that we can do in a week, and we can deliver results in 2 weeks. And in the 3rd week, we are already executing stuff that should be easier to understand, easier to see an impact right away. And so it will help us address many of the challenges that we have. It will mitigate client or decision maker impatience towards results. It will show value of SEO implementation faster to gain further support. It will minimize concerns of complex implementation, starting with the easiest actions too, and establish a good coordination base for more complex implementation later on. For example, these are 3 low-hanging fruit actions that I tend to always start with, and you will tell me like, yeah, these are it, right? So you can see what I'm talking about here. Improving the click-through rate of already top-ranked pages, more traffic for already around pages is pretty much what we're aiming for here. Then optimizing internal linking of almost best ranking pages, and identifying the search shifts and content decay to update and better rank pages that you already have and that have been attracting traffic in the past and rankings in the past. So this will tend to have an important aggregate traffic impact faster than anything else, to start showing results, to start getting buy-in and your SEO process, as you can see in this example here. And for this, you can set a validation checklist for common scenarios of these low-hanging fruits. For example, for SERPs click-through rate, I have this validation framework saying like, okay, if this is an relevant term for the site, like, never mind, we don't even pay attention. But if this is a relevant term to the site and the relevant page is being ranked, these are different things that we should do to identify opportunities right away and start to set action right away. I have dashboards to identify opportunities like this for poor click-through rate performers, again, to not waste a lot of time going through it manually. I already have the resources and the dashboards for it, or sheet workbooks too, to easily spot important meant to rank pages like internal links, which is another scenario of SEO low-hanging fruits. So I just need to copy paste the data from my crawls and import the data from Google Search Console, Google Analytics, and here I will have all the insights. And then we also have tools that can highly facilitate this, that integrate with the Google Search Console, that you don't need to even configure in a way that is too sophisticated to automate the process, like Write or SEO testing that have click-through rate on the performers issues, or the SEO testing content decay report to spot pages decreasing clicks needing a refresh too, that you can go and update like this to get back the traffic that you used to have a few months ago. So it's very straightforward content that you already have, common existing scenarios to achieve results faster. You can take a look at my search log presentation for more SEO low-hanging fruits I presented earlier this year for Ed, going through even more scenarios so you can see it further. But I'm a true believer of this, and it's something that I usually do, and it made me look good right at the start and gain trust right at the start, right? Third, set an SEO quality framework, not only to catch, but also prevent bugs that will hold SEO execution back. Unfortunately, a lot of our efforts when executing SEO goes to catching recurring bugs rather than new actions, which is how we build things and achieve actual results, right? So we're stuck at fixing instead of building, which is how we actually achieve goals. This is why it's fundamental to set an SEO quality framework that starts when auditing the site. So whenever we recommend and we start that ongoing SEO execution, we should set an SEO quality framework that includes education to prevent SEO mistakes, validation to avoid launching SEO errors, and monitoring to catch SEO incidents fast, right? So with a combination of the three, we will be able to address these recurring issues. And it begins with a base of SEO educations when delivering the SEO recommendations, right? I love to, when I deliver the SEO recommendations, to develop online SEO training for tech, content, and PR teams using the SEO recommendations insights. I personalize the webinars that I do to make it meaningful for their own scenarios, the ones that I have discovered through the SEO audit. I personalize the training based on it, featuring real scenarios, not blaming. That is not the approach. Don't blame or have a negative focus. Acknowledge the effort so far, but show how they can also can be easily improved if there is a little bit of a focus and efforts on it. Then you can strengthen this SEO quality framework with a seamless SEO execution, validation too. And what it is important here is not only to create checklists, but actually agree with the different teams to use them, right? There should be an acknowledgement, a share ownership of the validation with actual rules and criteria that make sense and are aligned to whatever different areas and stakeholders do in their day-to-day. And whenever possible, of course, try to automate feasible validations within the web platforms with plugins or development support in case you have to avoid having to rely on manual validation or configurations. You should also set and agree a release validation workflow before and after launching, taking what ifs into account. What if we release pages that all of a sudden are featuring a wrong no index meta robots, or are all of a sudden canonicalized to a wrong page? Okay, there shouldn't be any doubts when this happens, because right from the start, whenever there is a critical crawling or indexing scenario, there should be like disagreement of if it's something that can be fixed in less than 12 hours or less. Okay, we should fix right away. If it is not doable, then we should revert the launch to avoid any further harm. And this is how we are going to avoid big bugs that will end up hurting whatever we have achieved so far, and having to reallocate resources, meaningful resources, to catch the bug, not understanding where it is, etc., right? Finally, set a monitoring system to catch negative SEO configurations changes fast. You can use real-time SEO crawlers like Content King or Little Warden to identify these changes quick. Configure your real-time monitoring to catch when meaningful tech and content change. Set alerts so they go to the relevant email, to the relevant person, whether it's Slack or the project management tool, to not be missed. And this is how you say goodbye to continuous SEO bugs that hold your execution back. And you can really allocate the resources where they are made to go, right? Again, I presented about it in particular last year, so you can see a complete presentation going more into detail with many more resources here. Fourth step here is normalizing forecasting based on different execution scenarios to kill ambiguity and set expectations. The thing is that we love to say it depends, because realistically, a lot of the activities we do in SEO depends on the context, right? But we complain that clients prioritize other channels as they fail to understand the impact of SEO recommendations, because we unfortunately overuse the "it depends" too much, right? When asked, it's too easy to say it depends without necessarily clarifying on what it depends on, and giving specific scenarios, alternative scenarios of those it depends, right? Also explaining that the "it depends" many times relies on the resources available and support available too. So it's time to say just "it depends" and start SEO forecasting to give potential outcomes depending on execution support and different scenarios of updates and competition, right? So you should show a forecast saying, okay, this is what happens when we execute recommendations X, Y, Z, and this is what we will be able to achieve. And this is what happens when we don't do Y and Z, only X, right? So you show the potential of SEO. It's clear what it is achievable. And on the other hand, it also shows that it depends a lot on the resources and support you get. And that's a way to gain them too. So thankfully, now we have many more tools that can facilitate forecasting. Like, for example, Advanced Web Ranking is one of those tools that have SEO forecasting features. We select the group of queries that we are monitoring. We also pretty much take into consideration seasonality, trends over time, etc. And we can set different scenarios for each one of them. We can also do this manually. There is this fantastic resource from Miracle in Amedi. You can create this forecast for free completely in Excel or in Google Sheets. And you can use this to explain how results are also tied to execution scenarios and compound over time. So there is a much better understanding of what it takes to achieve results in SEOs and how this is tied to execution and resources that they give to you, right? And it will help to establish reasonable expectation and show the importance of decision makers support too. Fifth, communicate no SEO execution trade-offs towards goals and the cost to get them with other channels. So do decision makers still not support SEO despite showing opportunity? Show what they can lose instead then. Include in your SEO forecast how much will it cost to achieve whatever you have set in your different forecasting scenarios with paid search to show how cheap SEO can really be. Because many times say, oh my God, all these resources, these are very difficult to give. We cannot give you support for all this that fast. It will take too much. No, take a look at the trade-off. This is how much you will pay for the clicks with Google Ads. This is Google Ads value in aggregate, right? And then all of a sudden they will see that it's not necessarily that expensive to do SEO, right? Additionally, you should show how behind they can fall in market share by forecasting competitors and showing the gap over time. We can get data with SEMrush, Ahrefs, Systrix, third-party tools, and do this for competitors too. No decision makers like to see their brand falling behind. 6, normalize SEO testing to validate hypotheses and win stakeholder supports. If decision makers are still unsure, you can offer doing SEO tests or pilot projects to prove value. This is also a way to address obstacles from other areas and stakeholders and eliminate ego and opinions out of the SEO execution decision makers, right? No, like if there are political issues, management vetoes, bureaucratic processes, approval delays, the best is to show, okay, you don't give me approval to do this across all of these areas. Allow me to do this in a couple of them, in a few pages, and we are going to develop tests to show you the value and the impact that it can have, right? Thankfully, we have, again, tools like SEO testing, all right, that can facilitate development of SEO tests. You can prove the value of your recommendations by executing them faster in a small group of pages and get support for full execution. For example, to show value and address conversions or speed concerns, UX concerns in general when featuring, for example, FAQs in e-commerce category pages, or featuring descriptions, longer descriptions, or featuring more products per page, etc., right? This will facilitate not only decision makers buy-in, but eliminate blockers from other areas and channels too. And it's something that before it might have been tricky to implement, but now is much more straightforward with this tool, as you can see. And 7, last but not least, leverage AI or HSEO to accelerate execution in bureaucratic scenarios to prove value and get buy-in. Despite the hype, the reality is that most haven't used AI for SEO auditing yet. I asked when I did the SEO auditing survey. People are not yet doing it, but plan to. And realistically, we are already doing it a lot to leverage AI tools or functionalities for content development. So there's that, but there's much more potential. With many use cases shared by 26% of SEOs already, those who are already using AI, we see that for automation and efficiency of ways to improve speed, avoiding manual processes when validating many configurations, for example, content audit and analysis to technical support too. So it's time to use AI for more than just content development and optimization to facilitate the execution of SEO configurations that might be hard to execute in certain type of restrictive environments. For example, to implement and automate from structured data to internal linking, we have tools like InLinks or WordLift that can be easily configured and implemented, and they will help cost to accelerate the process. These tools work just by adding a script on your site, and they can automate internal linking based on say the criteria that you set for them. So for example, I'm using inlinks for learning SEO, as you can see here, and well, they pretty much add in a really meaningful, relevant way links internally through for the other pages that are semantically related, right? So there are a few things that a few years ago I would say not to do it at all because it won't be relevant. In this case, it totally is, and it has improved so much. Thanks for this latest development with AI. Something similar can be also done not only through JavaScript layers and solutions, but also HSEO solutions leverage CDN workers. So if you have a little bit of more enterprise type of environment and support, this another way to do it too. This can help to work around execution bottlenecks to show value and gain support faster. So here you have the many different things to try to alternate options to definitely identify opportunities and change these challenges that we have. And if you tell me, look, Aleyda, the problem is that this will require to change how we do things, more effort, boost approval, etc., and that's hard. Well, if you want different results, then you definitely need to follow a different approach that will require change. And then if it is hard, well, then it's also great because that means that less people will do it. Fewer people do, and then it means that less competition, and that you will be able to achieve results better and faster than others, right? And realistically, will be hard only at the start too, and it's not bad if goals are achieved at the end of the day and ROI is positive because this is what we want. And if it is compensated, then it's more than okay. It doesn't only work, by the way, for new websites, but also to established ones. So there's a lot there to win. There's much opportunity out there to, let's say, eliminate or minimize this common SEO auditing challenge that we have that should be gone at this point. So hopefully this has given you ideas and more alternatives of things to try. Thank you very much. I hope this has been useful. And if you have any questions or doubts, I'm more than happy to clarify them and go through them with you now. Thank you.
Yay! Thank you very much. Yes, there are lots of questions. That was brilliant. Thank you. The chat is going off. There's quite a lot of stuff in there for you. So we're going to go straight to the questions, if that's okay with you.
Let's go.
Let's do it. Everyone's saying happy birthday. To get recommendations implemented has a lot to do with building a trustable relationship with key stakeholders that will help expedite the implementation. What are your thoughts, or maybe what are your top tips on establishing those trusted relationships?
I think that it all starts during the sales process, right? Unfortunately, in many organizations, agencies, consultancies, the SEO specialist is not involved. And I believe it's key. There should be this pre-SEO, let's say, pre-sales support by SEOs, but by real specialists who will be involved in one way or another during the execution to ensure that there's a good fit, that there's a good understanding, that the vision and expectations for the process are well set, and also to establish the trust that is well mentioned, because I completely agree with this. Is at the end of the day, they will allocate resources depending if they trust that results will achieve, that goals will achieve, and there is always risk, but these are minimal, and the ROI will be positive. And a lot of that can be, let's say, agreed on right from the start if you have already stakeholders or clients that know that you know your stuff, know that you will be able to monitor and be proactive and identify if something is not working well or as expected at some point in the process. But there will be always alternatives. This is something that I like to, from the start, always clarify with my clients. Look, there might be some updates. Your competitors at some point might do X or Y that we hadn't expected or initially planned. accordingly. But when that happens, we will be monitoring, we'll identify those, and we will then at that point establish alternatives, right? So having this sort of conversation, honest conversation, discussion to align expectations is fundamental. If you have these sort of discussions at the beginning, maybe rather than having an example, 100 clients, you will have 70, but this 70 that you have in your agency in total will be much better clients that will be willing to put much more and invest much more. And these are the type of clients that you really want.
And then you won't have to acquire the new ones. Brilliant recommendations. Thank you. Let's see the next question. Harmony, who we love. How might these practices overlap with performance reporting on organic growth?
I love it because I believe that a lot of what we talk about here is about good communication and understanding. And this has definitely to do with reporting on the right KPIs, reporting on meaningful KPIs. And unfortunately, many times, we literally send these automated reports that are sometimes even generated automatically by tools, which I have to say is great to have this to inform ourselves, to ensure that we're not missing anything out. But it's our layer of understanding that should take those inputs to be able to structure them in a way that will be well understood by decision makers, by stakeholders, and communicate them in a way that is meaningful, that is a way that is impactful and tied with goals. I mean, decision makers, they don't care about COVID vitals. They don't know what it is, for example. But you should say, look, if we don't do this, it will delay conversions like this. It is already making that Google doesn't even index or render many pages because of how long it takes to render and load, etc., etc. So you should be able to communicate them in a way that is understood by them. And this is not only done through the initial recommendations or audits, but with good reporting that goes beyond just saying we're 10% less than expected in rankings, traffic, or overall revenue goals from organic search. But this is what is happening. This is how we are, for example, behind. And this is what we need to do to fix it, to achieve this meaningful business and SEO goals that we have. 100%. It should be aligned. And I have done in the past, a couple of years ago, presentation about SEO reporting, meaningful SEO reporting. Go and take a look at it. I am going to be sharing the link over here later so you can take a look, because 100%.
See if we can find that. Yeah, maybe we can add that in the chat as well. Brilliant.
Yes.
Let's see our next question. Simon, our friend Simon asks, are you using any AI in your auditing yet?
I have to say that I love the integration of AI that Horseman has. I use Horseman as one of the SEO crawlers, and I love this let's say additional layer of AI features that it has, because, for example, when they detect that there are like titles, some descriptions are duplicated, they recommend alternative ones that are actually relevant and unique for your page based on leveraging AI, right? So this is brilliant. I think this is also a brilliant scenario of how we can leverage AI functionalities as a layer when we do SEO auditing. Take a look at Horseman in case you don't know the tool. I think it's one of, if not the most flexible SEO crawler out there, to configure it in a way that can be much more meaningful to, especially to detect and identify certain type of issues. And then also it has this configuration that I love it, because you can pretty much personalize the filtering that you do to scrape whatever data of any website that you crawl, and it will generate the code of whatever input you make with like a prompt, with a text prompt. So they also leverage let's say AI in that way. You pretty much specify, I want to grab all of the second H2s in all of the pages that are under this section in this directory, and they will translate that into code to scrape that particular bit of elements and within the HTML. So it's amazing. I love how creative the use they give to AI features too. And then of course there are tools like the ones that I mentioned, like WordLift or InLinks, that are fantastic tools to facilitate the implementation of tricky configurations across many scenarios, like structured data of internal links, and also now also more content related features too. Take a look at them. I think these are super useful tools across a lot of scenarios with technical constraints.
Brilliant. Lots of things to check out there. What is our next question? Let's have a look. Oh, okay. Austin asks, what is some other low-hanging fruit for high impact goals?
I would say that if the website is well established and is one of these websites that have been for a while, some of the lowest hanging fruits have to do with internal linking. If it is a big website with a complex web structure, I'm pretty sure that there will be always, for example, second level facets, second level categories, or a very prominent product that is not as well linked from the homepage or across all of the website. It's only linked from the parent category. That is a huge opportunity to start better cross-linking between product pages, for example, or from the homepage, for example. So take a look at your internal links. Also, those pages that have attracted backlinks from all over the years, and now at some point, if you have done a rebranding or a redesign or a migration, there will tend to be also a good share of pages that are 302 redirected or broken, that used to have a lot of backlinks from back in the day, and it is still relevant to 301 redirect them to pages that are actually meaningful, that are indexable, etc., etc. So I will say to take a look at your internal links and all of the pages that are triggering errors that might attract backlinks too. And then another scenario that I see a lot, especially in SaaS related websites, they always have the support section that is in subdomains, that are in subdomains, for example, or community sections in subdomains, and they don't cross-link to the top core product pages or service pages. Please, if you have blogs or community page sections of your website, or support sections that have a lot of backlinks, especially because people will tend to link and endorse quite naturally to them, ensure that you have at least footer links, if not the main navigation that is ideal, to go to your main pages.
Fantastic. I think we've got time for one more. There are more questions, but we maybe only got time for one more. Let's see what we've got. Oh, who was this asking this question? Claire Carlile Rees. Oh, what are the different? What are the different types?
I don't know her.
Of
who is her?
Who is she? She's such an imposter. I was thinking, like, what are the different types of audits? Because I think some people just like, oh, well, I can't do a tech SEO audit, but SEO audits is more than tech SEO, isn't it? What falls under this umbrella?
SEO audits is whatever type of analysis, comprehensive analysis that you do, and this can be technical, content, backlinks, overall. I will say that ideally, especially when you start, you want to have a comprehensive view of whatever plays a role in your rankings. So doing an overall audit and analysis is highly, highly recommended. But yes, it's definitely not only for technical SEO audits. For example, one of the main SEO low-hanging fruits that I'm talking about here is having low performing click-through rate, top rank pages, and here will be to analyze those pages that are already in the top 10 results, first page results that have lower than average click-through rate. And the way to improve them is by tweaking your titles and descriptions, and in some cases the rich results that you might have, right? But it's very content oriented, right? So 100% that this is not only for technical people at all.
Yeah. I love that, because even if you can't go, you don't have time, or it's not the right time to go into the full technical audit, you can work through a checklist of, well, let's just go through these low-hanging pieces. And it might be that there is a tech issue that is going to affect that, but you can also find that out in a separate piece. So sadly, we've come to the end of our time with you. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a little reminder of who Aleyda is raising money for, Women in Tech SEO. Don't forget to donate more money if you fancy it. That would be great. It will go into the GoFundMe. That would be awesome. £1, £2, $1, $2, whatever. It's all going there, and that would be awesome. So all that remains for us to say is thank you so much for sharing your time with us.
No, thank you for the opportunity. I had a wonderful time, and please go and donate. It's for a great cause. Have a great day, and thank you for having me again.
Thanks for coming. We love you. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, fantastic. What a way to kick off day 2. That was awesome. So now I have the pleasure of introducing our next speaker, who is Dayana Nikolova. And she is the founder of Foam, which is a fast-growing web design and digital marketing agency. And she's a kind of a big deal on TikTok with 73,000 followers. Okay, let's say hello to Dayana. Hello.
Hello.
There she is. How are you doing?
I'm good. A bit nervous. Thank you so much.
Always, you will be awesome. You'll smash it, and everyone will love it, and they'll come up with lots of questions for you if that's okay.
Yeah, of course.
So we are very, very excited to hear your talk, which is Beyond SEO, the power of personal branding in digital marketing. Whoa, I'm excited for this. I'm going to go, but I just want to remind everyone to ask their questions, start with the queue, and we will come to those after. Brilliant. Good luck, Dayana. You won't need it.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, thank you for being here today to support these amazing causes, and thank you to the Bright Local team for having me today. My name is Dayana, and my journey in the world of digital marketing started as a teen, helping with my family business. Since then, I've navigated the world of online marketing from the early days of SEO to having videos go viral on TikTok. I've witnessed the transformational power of personal branding firsthand and experienced the challenges and opportunities that come with it. Today, we won't just be talking about strategies and numbers. Instead, we will explore real stories, lessons learned, and how harnessing the digital world can open doors you never knew existed. Whether you're an agency owner, an entrepreneur, or just someone curious about personal branding and digital marketing, I think you'll find this journey to be exciting and informative. I remember the days when SEO was the buzzword and the golden ticket to online success. But let's face it, in today's fast-paced digital era, SEO is just a starting point. As the online world has grown and diversified, so have strategies and tools at our disposal. Now more than ever, the digital world is changing rapidly. While traditional strategies like SEO, pay-per-click, and email marketing remain foundational, they're no longer the only players in town. With the rise of influencers, content creators, and online entrepreneurs, personal branding has become a powerful tool. Just as I helped my first clients build their online presence using traditional strategies, today's digital marketers and business owners must recognize the synergy between personal branding and these foundational techniques. Why? Because people connect with people. Brands, no matter how big or small, have started to realize that behind every successful marketing campaign is a relatable face or story. Whether it's a startup founder sharing their journey or an employee showcasing the behind the scenes of a company, these personal touches resonate deeply with audiences. The future of digital marketing is no longer just about algorithms and ad spends. It's about real stories, real people, and genuine connections. And as I continue to adapt and learn in this ever-evolving world, I encourage all of you to embrace the blend of the old and the new. Because at the end of the day, it's about making meaningful connections in the digital world. I first entered the online marketing world at a very young age, when I began helping out with the marketing for my family business Fast Clean, a professional cleaning company based in London, at just 13 years old. During my days off from school, college, and university, I worked at the office and learned everything there is to know about marketing a business online. The knowledge and the passion from these early days drove me to establish my own digital marketing agency, Foam, in 2013. Our core services, we specialize in affordable web design and development, SEO, pay-per-click, and social media management, tailored specifically for small to medium-sized businesses of all industries. Initially, our customers were mainly in the UK, but as we've grown, so has our reach. Today, we're proud to serve clients in the USA, throughout Europe, and beyond. Although we started very small, we've grown steadily over the years, and our team, like our client base, continues to expand. When I made the decision to launch my agency, one of the first steps I took was to join a local business networking group. Picture this. Every Tuesday morning at 6:45, I'd join a gathering of 40 business owners. We'd come together not just to discuss our ventures, but to refer business and support one another. In the first year, I won't sugarcoat it, I didn't get any business from these meetings. However, what I did get was invaluable. This setting became my training ground, boosting my confidence, sharpening my networking skills, and refining my public speaking abilities. Fast forward, and I remained an active member of this group for over 7.5 years. The dividends it paid weren't just in immediate business, but in fostering long-term relationships and mutual growth. To this day, I continue to work with several members and businesses introduced to me in those very early days. Then everything changed with COVID-19. My old ways of networking weren't working anymore. I decided to leave my networking group when the pandemic hit. I just realized that online meetings weren't as effective. I knew I had to change my approach and I had to adapt. And I think a lot of businesses did too as well. So I turned to TikTok. I spent hours watching different content creators on TikTok from all types of different industries, gathering ideas and inspiration. I gave myself a challenge to create one video every day. For months, I made educational videos to help small business owners learn the basics about digital marketing. At first, I'm not gonna lie, not many people watched them, but I didn't get discouraged. And then something amazing happened. One of my videos went viral. It was a tutorial on how to optimize images for your website. In just one day, my followers went from 500 to 30,000 followers. And not only did my following grow, but we also started receiving inquiries from all over the world, which was absolutely amazing and very unexpected as well. So I realized the potential building a personal brand can have on a business. But at the same time, I know that what stops a lot of people from embarking on this journey of content creation and sharing their knowledge and experience online is their fear of being in front of the camera. This is what a lot of our clients, when I push them, please create content for your socials, for online, for your website, they're like, oh, I don't like speaking in front of the camera. I'm so shy. I was too. Here's what I learned. Creating videos in a style that you're comfortable with is a great way to build confidence and inspire yourself to create one. The more videos you create, the better you will become and the more natural the process will feel. So don't be afraid to experiment with different styles and techniques until you find what works best for you. What worked best for me at the beginning was pointing at text and smiling at the camera. This may sound weird to some, but it worked for me and for my confidence too. And after 1 year, I purchased my first ever professional microphone and I was ready to record myself speaking in front of the camera. You don't need to invest in expensive equipment to start. All you need is a phone with a good camera, a tripod, which costs no more than £20, an editing app, which most editing apps are now free, and good lighting. I always use natural light in the morning or lunchtime. If you don't have natural lights in your house or office, you can purchase a ring light. After my success on TikTok, I turned my attention to Instagram. My goal was to expand and connect with a broader audience. I consistently shared 3 types of content: educational insights, behind-the-scenes glimpses of my small business journey, and posts that were both fun and inspiring. This approach resonated with many, and my following grew from 3,000 followers to almost 100,000 followers. But I'm not gonna lie, it wasn't an overnight success. I put in a lot of hard work and effort, and most importantly, I was very consistent. I was posting every single day. I was doing 1 reel per day, and I was posting a couple of stories behind the scenes and what was going during the day. So I want to share with you one of my most viral videos to date, which went viral on both TikTok and Instagram. I posted on TikTok first, and then I posted on Instagram the same exact video, which went viral at the same time. And I'm sure a lot of you can relate to this video, and a lot of people found it really funny and relatable too. If you want to watch the video, you can scan the code. Okay. So personal branding isn't just about making a name for yourself. It's about opening doors you didn't know existed. Through my journey, I've discovered something truly incredible. By sharing your knowledge and experience, being consistent, and most importantly, sharing my authentic self, not only did my business thrive, but amazing opportunities started coming my way. I started receiving offers from big names like WordPress, Fiverr, PayPal, Sage, and more who wanted to collaborate with me. Here's what I want you to take away from this. Personal branding is more than just a buzzword. It's your ticket to connecting with the right people, establishing your credibility, and turning dreams into reality. 4 lessons I want to share with you before you embark on this journey, and I really hope you do. Don't compare yourself to others. I used to do this at the beginning, but this is the biggest mistake you can ever make. You're on your own unique journey. Remember, you're in competition with no one but yourself. It doesn't matter what everyone else is doing, just focus on your path. Some people are going to think that what you're doing is embarrassing. Some people find my dancing videos on TikTok and Instagram embarrassing, but hey, there's a lot of people that do find them very interesting and funny. And you will make mistakes along the way. And guess what? That's how you grow. Embrace them, learn from them, and keep moving forward. Never stop learning. The world is constantly evolving, and so should you. Stay curious, stay hungry, and always be open to new knowledge. Bonus, don't get discouraged if the video you posted is not getting any views, or if your account is not performing well. It takes time. There's algorithms, updates all the time. And also, please note and remember this, people are watching. No matter how many views you get, people are watching. And things will change eventually. It just takes time and consistency. Navigating the digital world can be challenging, but you don't have to do it alone. With years of experience in digital marketing, firsthand insights from running my own business, I'm here to guide you. And for a limited time, I'm opening slots for 1-hour consultations. In your sessions, you will choose the topic, whether it's SEO, web design, pay-per-click and social media marketing, or even personal branding and growing your brand on social media or becoming a content creator. Scan the QR code to learn more. And also, please connect with me on the socials. Scan the QR codes or take a picture of my usernames, connect with me, and please feel free to DM me if you have any questions about my talk today or just digital marketing in general. Thank you so much, and I really hope you enjoyed my talk today.
We did. Thank you very much. That was brilliant. That was fab. Thank you. Lots of great advice there.
Thank you so much, Claire.
We shared your TikTok in the chat, and I can't find it now. I think it was Gent Dream Solution was like, "Oh wow, your TikTok's amazing!" So I'll go and have a little look at that.
Thank you. It was just very honestly, it took me 5 minutes to record. I was just running out the door, and I just said to my mom, "Please wait for me to record this TikTok." And I posted it, and it went crazy, absolutely crazy.
Well, it just goes to show, doesn't it? It doesn't have to be like super duper planned. It's being zeitgeisty and getting it at the right time, isn't it? So we've got time for a couple of questions for you. So we've got 5 minutes. Let's see, what have we got? Oh, Dan is asking, do you still post once a day, every day?
Absolutely. And sometimes even twice a day.
Across all your platforms?
Across all my platforms. And I think the key is, like I mentioned in my presentation, I repurpose all the content I create. So I create one video, I post it on TikTok, I post it on Instagram, I post it on Pinterest ideas, I post it on YouTube Shorts, because there's different types of audiences on different platforms. And like I've had videos go viral on Pinterest, and the same video will not perform as well on Pinterest. So that's the strategy I found. I know a lot of people, experts, say, well, we shouldn't post the same content on different platforms, but I found that that's what works for me, and it's all about testing. That's
perfect. Sorry to cut you off. I was just thinking, well, that's it exactly. It's what works for you, isn't it? And you've tested that, so that works for you. So don't think that you have to mix it up across all of the channels if it's still doing the work for you.
I do mix it up, like some of the content sometimes that I do on TikTok. Like at the moment, I'm doing some like funny dancing reels. I might not post them on Instagram, but at the same time, sometimes when I've posted on Instagram, the video actually performs much better than it does on TikTok. But I think the key here is consistency, because what I've realized that if I'm not consistent, if I'm really busy at work and I'm not creating content and I'm not posting content every day, I really try my best to do so, because that's now part of our marketing strategy. But if I'm not doing that, then engagement goes down immediately, especially on TikTok. Because on Instagram, if I don't have, let's say, a reel to share every single day, then I can be active on my stories. But then on TikTok, it's slightly different. And that's why I said people shouldn't get discouraged if they're not getting any views. Like sometimes my videos are not performing that well, but that never stops me, to be honest, because we still get work from social media. So
brilliant. Okay, let's try and squeeze in another one, maybe even two, depending on how fast we go. What have we got next? How do you negate with ever-changing social media algorithms and tailor this to your strategy? From Marcus.
I try not to think about the ever-changing algorithms and updates. I know this may sound strange coming from a marketing expert, but it can get really overwhelming when you go on TikTok and you see experts or pretending to be expert telling you should post 10 times a day, you should post 5 times a day. That can get really overwhelming. So Do what works for you. But of course, keep up with the updates and algorithms, but don't let that stop you from creating content. That's my personal experience.
I think that's brilliant. We're going to do a really quick one more because it'd be nice because we've got these questions coming in. Does personal branding apply to most niches and businesses?
I think it does, because especially every small business owner, it doesn't have to be a small business owner, but every business owner has a story, and people will relate to your story. So I would say yes, absolutely.
Yeah, brilliant. What a way to finish. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much for having me.
You were brilliant. Thank you. Thank you. And hopefully we'll see you again.
Hopefully. I hope so. Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye, bye, bye. Thank you. Oh, brilliant. We'll definitely have a look at those later. But we are ready for our next speaker of the day. So now we have got Jason Davis from Macarius Marketing. So he is another TikTok creator, and you might already know him as Jason the SEO guy. So he's got a TikTok channel with over 35,000 followers. So who better to present his talk on TikTok SEO for local businesses than Jason? So let's have Jason.
Hi, thanks so much for having me.
Ah, thank you, Jason, the SEO guy.
You're very welcome.
It's nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Okie dokie. So I've already said the name of your talk. Wow, it's a TikTok. We're all about the TikTok here. TikTok SEO for local businesses. So I'm going to say goodbye to you and remind, not goodbye to you, goodbye to me, and remind everyone to put their questions in the chat. So take it away, Jason.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So as she mentioned, we're going to be talking about TikTok SEO for small businesses, how you can get free organic leads through another marketing agency such as this one through TikTok. So let's dive right in. Some of the content that I'm going to be talking about today is going to include why TikTok. A lot of people think still that it's still this dance platform, funny meme type of deal, but this is actually something that all businesses should be active in doing. We're going to talk about why it's such a great source for organic reach, why it's outpacing Google from people who are searching in the 18 to 34 age range, and how you can get really targeted with your specific cities and locations for your services so people can actually find you. We're going to spend a couple minutes talking on how to succeed with the right video structure, with the right profile optimization, and a few more strategies for success there, as well as some free and paid tools that you can use starting today to build your platform. So before we jump in, who am I? I had a little bit of an introduction coming in, but why should you trust me? So as it was mentioned before, I have a channel with about 36,000 followers. I started building websites, quickly realized that you needed SEO in order for those websites to grow and take off. But as I saw TikTok in the last 3 or 4 years, it started to turn into more of a search engine than just a social media app. So through that, I've mastered the art of SEO. And if you look under the keywords SEO, SEO coach, SEO strategist, I'm the one that comes up because I know how to get myself and other businesses ranked for that. And I currently run an agency where I help e-commerce, personal brands, and local brands all grow through their business with SEO. So let's jump in. Here's a couple reviews quick, and some past people I've worked with growing their accounts from 0 to 15,000 here with Caleb, from about 5,000 to 26,000 for Brian, who's in real estate, and a couple other guys here, just so you can see some background history, but I won't spend a ton of time there. So let's dive right into our talk on TikTok SEO for local business. So when it comes to the power of TikTok SEO, I want to start with this, is one video can make you go viral in a way that no other platform has the ability to do so. So this is Brian here. He's one of the guys I've worked with in the past. He's in real estate, and he made one post about the Airbnb collapse that was talked about a couple weeks ago, and that one video landed him 790,000 views. And from that, he was able to land over 5,000 followers, and a bunch of people came into his email system and workflow, and he turned them into leads and customers that is now helping his business grow. So that's all it takes, is one video can make you go from 0 and gain thousands of followers overnight. There's another piece that all of this is free. Brian didn't have to pay for, and neither do you, of any of this traffic. It's just the time that you put in to make the videos. And the more you do it, as the previous speaker was talking about, the more traffic and traction you're going to get. And there's even ways to target locally, because you might be a local business saying, well, Jason, I don't want to target every state in the US. I want to target, Nashville. I want to target New York City. Well, there's a specific way to do that with the captions that we're going to get into, so you can show up more in your local town. So people find you for, if you're a local painter or a local construction company, your work will show up there. Just like one of the other guys I showed at the beginning here with his posting when we've worked on, he's grown to about 32,000 followers. And that's a huge boost from where he was when he had 0, just about a year ago. And as I mentioned earlier, TikTok is the new search engine. Even Google has admitted that they're losing a large amount of market share, specifically in the 18 to 34 age range. You're going to see about 40% of those people now search on Google or on TikTok as opposed to Google for local restaurants, for construction, painting, any type of service business, which is what we're in for if you're paying attention to this presentation. So making sure that you're on top of this and understanding why and how to use TikTok is going to be for your benefit. So I understand that businesses have a lot of challenges, and I believe TikTok can actually help fix and improve on some of these challenges. So I know as a business owner, there's not a lot of time. You don't have the ability to spend hours on marketing and learning how to do Facebook ads and Google SEO. And TikTok is actually something you can do on your job site. So you can take videos of before and after a job. You can do funny duet videos. You can have customer reviews on your TikTok right as you're doing whatever business you may be involved in, and then just going and posting on the platform. So it's going to remove some of that time issue that a lot of businesses have of, I don't have another 3 to 4 hours to go sit in front of the computer. I have leads that I need to go fulfill. I have customers I need to serve. The second piece that TikTok steps in for is that marketing budget. Ads can be very expensive to run. Agencies can cost a lot of money to run your SEO or your paid ads, where TikTok is just, again, you making the time to shoot some videos, throwing them up there, understanding a little bit on how the platform works. And there's a few tips we're going to talk about that makes that so much easier. And again, your reach is going to be so much greater than some of these other campaigns that you might choose to start out on. And then lastly, the quick results. A lot of businesses, they're new. They don't have the 3 to 6 months to wait. They want to get new clients and increase their brand awareness. And this is a tremendous way to do that because, again, it's the fastest growing platform and it's free, and the organic reach is absolutely incredible. This will not be around forever. So the more that you capitalize and grow your TikTok SEO now, the better you're going to be 1, 2, 3 years down the line when you become that specific expert in your space. So let's talk about some of those basics that are going to make you succeed. So the first thing is setting up a profile. It's very easy. You download the app. You want to create a business account, because if you don't have one of those, you won't have some of the capabilities that you need to have the reach that you probably want to have. And then I took this snippet here on the left that you're going to see. There's another agency that has branded themselves as an SEO and TikTok marketing agency. So that helps as kind of your main title keyword as people are searching for something. This person will come up for SEO or TikTok marketing because of what they've titled themselves. Then, because you're a business, once you reach 1,000 followers, you're able to put this link below it. So he's linking to a stand store where he can sell some products, he can give away free guides, he can pull people into his emails and his workflows, and that is crucial to building up your account. You don't want to just have a TikTok account with a bunch of followers. You want to pull them into something. You want to give them a resource and make sure that they know you're the expert, and then you bring them into your workflows for continued touch points. And then you're going to see he has a profile built out that says, this is who we are, this is what we do, we help you grow your business, and here's some ways we can do that. So it's not just left blank, and it's not just thrown up with some words. It's optimized exactly for the business that he has, telling people exactly what he can do for them. Then next, we're going to go to the video structure. When you do a video, if you go back and look at any of the ones on my profile, there's a specific structure to how I do it. There's a hook to get people to stop. There's a who I am. So I talk about me running an agency. You should follow me for more tips. So you always want to tell people to follow you if they're engaging. Then I finish the info that I've talked about. And then I have a call to action at the end. Comment, share this with somebody, grab the free guide in my link, something that encourages them to take the next step. Otherwise, we lose them completely because they keep scrolling to the next video. And then lastly, the hashtags play a major role in how you rank. It's similar to how keywords would rank for Google SEO. In order for people to find you, you need to put hashtags in your captions, in the video itself, and then when you're writing the description at the end, you want to have about 6 to 7 per post. And every time you put a hashtag in, you're going to see the amount of views next to it. So you want to have 2 in that 500,000 to 1 million range, which is the general high terms. So for me, that would be SEO or marketing. Then there'd be 2 in that 100,000 to 250,000 range, which is midterm. And then you have those low-hanging fruit ones, which are 25 to 50,000 views. And so you're telling TikTok, this is what I am. This is kind of the general areas I'm after. But then these are the lower-hanging kind of keywords to help me rank SEO-wise. And that is up to you to figure out what are those smaller terms that I can rank for that aren't as highly populated as everything else. So if you nail this from the beginning, you will start to see great traction when it comes to building your small business through TikTok SEO. Now let's dive into some main strategies once you have all of the profile optimized, you understand the video structure, and you have those hashtags set up. Content is the king. When it comes to videos on TikTok, our attention spans are getting lower and lower. So we have to get people to stop the scroll. If you don't engage them in the first 2 to 3 seconds, they're going to scroll to the next video. So put yourself in the mind of somebody who may be interested in your service. We want to make sure that we're catching somebody's attention. We're doing something funny. We're showing this amazing before and after transformation, and that's going to get them to stop. And when you're able to do that and build an audience that is aware of the things that you're posting, you're going to build great awareness. So make sure that that is first and foremost when you're creating the content is how can I make this more engaging? How can I hook somebody? Or what's something that's just entertaining, because people like businesses that show their authenticity through their entertainment. The next one is engaging with the community. So as you continue to build your TikTok account, you're going to see your followers grow. You're going to want to engage with them in different ways. So it's not just the same videos over and over. You want to do the duets. You want to pick up on the latest trends on TikTok, and you'll see them because you'll be on the account as well. And you'll say, which ones really work with other brands and how can I make that relevant to mine? And then you want to include some challenges and collaborations to people who are already following you, as well as some of the new people who may find you in the For You section, and engaging them to build more and more connection. And the more that the current followers and new people see you, the more that you build trust within that community, which is going to ultimately lead to your success. Also, consistency. This is something that got me to the point of where I am now with the 35,000 plus followers, is posting once a day, as TikTok rewards accounts that are consistent, because the more that you give to them, the more they're going to give to you. And you want to respond to all the comments on your page. So if somebody has a question, if somebody says, nice work, or I love the picture, or the construction job or the landscaping job you just finished, always respond back with a thank you. Keep those conversations going, because the more likes, the more bookmarks, and the more shares and comments that you have, the more that those videos are going to go viral. It's very rare that you see videos in the 700,000 range like Brian had earlier with only 1 or 2 comments. There was a ton of people that were engaging, sharing it, liking it. And when TikTok sees that, they push that further out to the For You section so more and more people can engage. And then one trick here is once you post a video, immediately go live afterwards. And that's just you in front of you. Sometimes I just hold my phone in front of my face and it's just a live stream. It could just be you talking. It could be you on a job site, but something that sees shows you in real terms, real time is the word that I'm looking for. And when you're live and you're getting more engagement in your live, that also pushes those videos further and further out for you. So experiment, sometimes do your job site, sometimes do the office, and just engage with your customers and answer any of the questions that they may have. And I just want to share briefly on a case study for Caleb. I took his account from 0 to 16,000 followers in about 6 months. And he's in a finance space. He has a small business that deals with financing, stock market planning. And we figured out his target audience. We got a structure down of the hook, the call to action, the following, the going live, the building of a free guide to give away. And he was able to really add thousands and thousands of dollars to his bottom line each month because of this. And I firmly believe that no matter what business you're in, whether you're a painter, you're in the law space, you have any type of local business that's looking to grow, you need to be on TikTok because the reach that it has is so much greater than you spending time on Facebook and Instagram and these other places where you're putting in a lot of time and effort and 3 people are seeing your post. So let's take what I've shown you today and put it into action through this, and you could end up just like Caleb did in this case study. So what are some tools, Jason, that we can take from this that can even help us out further? So there's some that are free, there's some that are paid, and there's some that are in the AI space because everybody loves AI these days. So I wanted to share some of those. TikTok Analytics is super helpful. That's right in the application that you're using, and it'll show you how long are people viewing your videos, where's the drop off, so you can kind of see where you might be losing them. You can see an age range. You can see, is it more men or women that are watching? Is it more country based? You can track all of that information, and that makes a big difference for you continuing to grow. So just learning about the analytics and what that means and why certain videos do better than others can be super, super helpful. InShot is just one to help with captions if you want to have more of a design caption that has those auto-generated captions pop up. That's a great one to use. Snaptic, you can download your TikTok videos and repurpose them on Instagram and Facebook, so you can still get activity there, but you want to remove the watermark because if it has the TikTok watermark on there, it prevents the reach on those other platforms because they know that you're not starting with them. So make sure to use Snaptic. Quickly, paid ones. Captions app is just a more paid version and a fancy version of the Captions one in InShot. So if you want to have more of an Alex Hormozi style, that's the caption app to use. Story Clash does a lot more helping you brand storytelling in your videos. So if you're a business trying to figure out how do I tell my story, Story Clash will help. And then once you start seeing revenue and stuff come in through TikTok, you can use TikTok ads to boost some of your higher performing videos. And then lastly, you can see there's a couple AI tools that help with analytics and storytelling. Lastly, I just want to finish with some free resources. So if you hop on to this link here at the top, start.jasontheseoguy.com/links, you can get access to all of these things totally free. So I have a free full SEO guide that goes along with the presentation that I just gave. Some other tools about general SEO at the bottom, as well as a free tool here for SEMrush. So all of those are in my profile. If you go to TikTok, that's the same link that's there. And I created a discounted one-on-one consultation call at the bottom of that link. So if you want to spend an hour with me kind of working through all the things we've talked about, you have questions, you want more of a full breakdown on your specific business and how TikTok can work for you, I would be more than glad to help you and share any insight that I have to help build your account so you can be the next case study that we have. So with that said, thank you so much for your time. It was an absolute honor and pleasure to be here. And you can find me on TikTok, X, or Twitter now, and Instagram at Jason the SEO Guy. And with that, I will wrap up my presentation and take any questions.
Brilliant. Thank you, Jason. That was excellent. We've got so much going on in the chat. One of the comments I really like is from Mark saying, I love how actionable this presentation is, especially for someone like me with little experience in TikTok. So I think that was awesome in terms of really laying it out and then the tools as well. So
Awesome.
thank you.
You're very welcome. Very welcome.
We've got some questions for you. We've only got 5 minutes, so I'm going to see how many we can fit in. So let's go. Okay, so Peyton asks, how do you plan out you or your clients' content? Do you schedule? Do you use TikTok to create the videos or a different video editor?
So it's actually, there's 2 different ways. I schedule out my own. Each week I sit down and I plan, okay, what are the 7 to 10 videos that I'm going to do? Did I come across the new tool that's going to help? Do I just want to share some client wins? I shoot them, in about an hour or so each week, and then they're scheduled, and then they go off on their own, which is very helpful for me. If you're a business that's more hands-on, you're out in the field, there may be some things where you're just stopping and saying, this was a great, video customer engagement. I want to capture this. But there's other ones that if you have a more crazy week that you can't be, having your phone out in between jobs, maybe there's some things you need to pre-plan. But I work with each business to kind of figure out what flexibility they have and how they can interact some live stuff to some more pre-planned along the way.
Perfect. Thank you very much. What have we got up next? Okay. TikTok now only allows 3 accounts per device. For agencies to manage multiple accounts, what tools do you recommend? And have you tried Go Login?
I have not tried Go Login. What I end up doing is just having multiple emails to manage multiple accounts. So that gets a little bit hectic to stay on top of, but that's one of the only workarounds I found right now that works. It's just maintaining all the different password information. So that's how we operate for now.
I thought you were going to say you have multiple devices and you were going to show me your 10 phones.
Oh no, I'm not there yet.
Right, let's have the next question. Harmony, do you have any advice on how Google ranks TikTok videos within perspectives?
Yes, so that's becoming more and more of a popular thing. If you're typing in certain search keywords in Google, you'll start seeing TikTok videos come up as answers, which I find is very interesting that Google is incorporating that. It has a lot to do with the amount of description that's written in the content of each video. So sometimes people just post one sentence and a couple of hashtags. So the more descriptive you are in those captions, that's going to help. And then also however viral those videos go, because Google's not going to show a video that has 100 views when somebody has 25,000 for the same topic. So you want to make sure keywords, length of the description, and making sure that video goes as viral as possible.
There we are then. So like content and authority. So
basically
some parallels with regular SEO.
Exactly.
Fantastic. What comes next? What have we got up here? Do you recommend having separate profiles for separate businesses or topics? Or do you think it's okay to have one account that spans multiple industries?
So you want to have separate accounts.
And there's the example, a dentist that gets into marketing. 2 accounts or 1?
So I would definitely do 2, just for the fact that you want those 2 to be separate. And just like regular SEO, you want to gain the authority in each of them. And it's going to be very hard to do if you try to cross-pollinate each of those, and you're going to spend a lot of time and not get the effort, or you're going to spend a lot of effort and not get the results out that you're looking for. So I would definitely do 2 different ones, even though it may take some more time.
So you can be really topical then, can't you, I guess?
Exactly.
So, I love let's just draw loads of parallels between straight SEO and
they're
TikTok.
very similar. Very similar.
Okay, that's good, because that's very helpful, isn't it? I think we've got another one. Let's have a little look. Have we got time? Oh, yes, we could probably do this one and another one. So how do I get, I see myself as an older client. I don't use TikTok. I haven't used TikTok. So this is quite interesting. How would you get buy-in from is it old? Yeah, all right. It is an age thing. Just trying not to be ageist. How do you get buy-in from older clients? I can barely get them to send photos, let alone appear or make videos.
Yes, that's the $1 million question, if you can figure that one out. Because at that point, a lot of them are very just routine in what they do. So you need to pitch them on the value. So if they have this goal of, I want to get to X revenue or X amount of clients, and all the other strategies that they've tried are not getting them there, you can say, there's an option here where TikTok is going to give you the reach. They're going to get you the local kind of target that you're looking for. And maybe they're going to say, well, I don't want to be the face. I don't want to be on a video. Well, there's ways to do it where it doesn't show the business owner. Like, I like
Mhm.
being in front of the camera, so that's not hard for me.
Mm.
But there's ways that they can do it where they just do voiceovers. So it's just
Mhm.
videos of what they are doing, or maybe there's an employee that wants to be the face. And I would encourage them, find any way possible to get an account, because you're missing out on so much traffic and the ability to get so many eyeballs on your site.
Mm.
And
Mm.
eventually it's going to go away, because the
Mm.
bigger brands are going to come in, all the advertising money is going to start pouring in, and then it's going to be like Google, where I'm all the way down on, page 5 of the search, and nobody's ever going to find me.
Yeah, for sure. That's something that I see. It's like, it's not. I don't even consume TikTok content because I'm so old. I only consume it via Instagram, obviously.
Sure.
So, well, I work with some organisations that are like, we know this is important. We're just going to get our younger staff to,
Yes.
because they understand what is going to be zeitgeisty and what is going to create this, whatever it is that they're trying to make. But you have to trust those people, don't you? As well?
That's actually I've worked with some larger organizations that they just hand that over to, I'm going to trust this, new person out of school to handle it. And yes, it's a lot to trust your brand with somebody, but they're so engaged when you give them that authority to step into ownership of that, and the results you're going to get will blow your mind. So if anyone's watching that's like on the fence or doesn't know what to do, strongly encourage you to go find that younger person with that intention to handle it, and just give them the reins.
Yeah. Brilliant. That's all we've got time for. So I just want to say a super big thank you to Jason. I know everyone really enjoyed that, and they're looking at your content there as well. So that was really super useful. Thank you very much for your time.
You're very welcome. Thanks for having me.
We'll see you again. Thank you. Brilliant. Wow. Awesome. We are going to head off now for a short break. Do not forget that there is the QR code on screen and in the link in the live chat. So if you wanted to donate $1, $2, $5, a pound, £2, £5, whatever, it would be lovely. And pop that in the GoFund, I can't even think of the word, the pot of money from today and yesterday. So before we have our little break, we're going to stop by and see where Becky and Harry are up to on their quest to enjoy a weekend in Brighton. And this time, Harry and Becky take a trip to Brighton's famous pier, which is a great place. What could possibly go wrong? So watch the video and we'll see you soon after this short break.
I didn't need that margarita.
And I don't mean the pizza.
What should we do now?
Brighton Pier?
Yeah, why not? Couple of rides. Let's have a Google. Right, what time are we open? It's open now! Let's go!
Let's go! GBP says it's open.
hope you managed to have a comfort break, maybe have a drink, have something to eat, a little snicky snack. We are ready for more talks, ready for more brilliant speakers. So I'm going to crack straight on. I am going to, in a moment, introduce Krystal Carter from Wix. So Krystal has 15 plus years of experience in SEO delivery and comms experience. She is a prolific speaker at events like Brighton SEO, Women in Tech SEO, SMX, Moz, of course, MozCon. She is a podcaster, and she has recently celebrated 50 years, or is it 50 episodes? I don't think it's 50 years of Wix's SERPs Up with the Wix podcast. So we're going to have her on in a minute. She's going to be speaking about homepage SEO for domain-wide gains. So let us say hello to Krystal.
Hello, Claire.
Hey, I didn't know you'd been a podcast host for 50 years, Krystal.
Not for 50 years.
That's amazing.
I've been podcasting since the days of black and white television. I was podcasting the War of the World way back in the day.
Thank you for inventing podcasts, because we love them. It's brilliant.
Right. I mean, I don't know what people in their 40s would do without podcasts. I don't really.
I mean, you'd just be sat there in the car like that all the time.
Yeah, just talking to yourself without it being recorded. Honestly.
Yeah, without saying to your child, shh, quiet, I'm trying to listen to Krystal and Mordy on the podcast. Okay, hello, Krystal. Listen,
bonjour.
You are bonjour. You are going to talk with to us now about homepage SEO for domain-wide gains. We are excited to hear this, and just a reminder to everybody to ask your questions in the chat with a Q at the front. And now, here is the fabulous Krystal Carter.
Hello, everyone. A special hello to Simon Cox, who I'm sure is in the comments doing what a Simon does best. So hello to everyone. I'm really pleased to be here for this great event. I'm going to talk about homepage SEO for local businesses, because I worked with a lot of local businesses, and the homepage is something that a lot of people overlook. They think, oh yeah, we did the homepage, that's done. And they treat it as if it's something that they don't ever have to do again. And that's not quite the case. So it's something that's really, really useful, and it's something that gives you a lot of value. So it's definitely worth spending some time on your homepage. When, as someone from Wix, we have our Wix SEO setup checklist, and then we put a lot of emphasis on the homepage for people who are setting up SEO on their websites, because it is so important. So yeah, let's just get into a little bit of why we're talking about that. So in this session, we are going to cover why your homepage matters, with a little bit of research that I've done around this, different common homepage strategies that people use, that we see people are implementing around the place. Also tactics for good local homepages. And I think that local is a really good space, actually, where if you're not super experienced with homepages, and even if you are experienced, but you want to keep abreast of and on top of your competitive space, local is a really good place for paying attention to homepages in particular. And also I'm going to throw out a few resources for folks that might need some more there. So we're going to cover why your homepage matters. So there's many reasons why your homepage matters. The things that stick out to me are things around crawlability, because essentially your homepage is one of the first things that Google crawls when it's crawling your website. And so the pages that are linked from your homepage will very often have increased crawl priority and will often get indexed first. I'll share a little bit about this later, but I've seen it the case where people, they launch a new website and they say, oh, I can't see that my pages are getting indexed. Well, if you crawl it with Screaming Frog, and it does the sort of sitemap crawl, it'll crawl it one way. If you have it where it crawls based on the links that are on your page, I've seen it before where people have launched a website and they're like, well, we've got 25 pages on the site, but the homepage is just a picture and there's no links from the homepage. So Google's going to the homepage and then they're looking for things to crawl and there's nothing to crawl. So make sure that you have links on your homepage and think very carefully about the links on your homepage. Also, when you're thinking about the links on your homepage, if you're changing around the design of your homepage, always check the links that you had before and the links after to make sure that you haven't lost anything that was important. So links are really important. So when you're on your homepage, I've seen it many, many times. So that's really important. Backlinks are really important. People talk about evergreen content. Well, your homepage is the most evergreen link that you've got. If you do a migration, a lot of your links might change, but unless you're changing from SSL or losing your www, chances are your homepage is going to stay the same. So a lot of your links are going to be going to your homepage, but you're also less likely to lose the links that go to your homepage. So think about that as well. Also performance. I'll talk a little bit about this, and Core Web Vitals isn't the end all be all of performance and of the goal of performance. However, with Core Web Vitals in particular, one of the things that they measure is 75% of web traffic, or 75% of visits. And for a lot of pages, particularly for smaller websites, 75% of visits are going to be going through the homepage. So making sure that you have a good homepage will actually help your performance and Core Web Vitals and page experience overall. And also finally, perception. We have a webinar, I'll share a link to it later, where my colleague Morty Oberstein, who many people here know as well, he talks a lot about branding and perception and how that's linked to your homepage. And it's one of the first things that people see. And if people log into your homepage and it doesn't make sense or it doesn't resonate, then it's something that can be really, really tricky. At Wix, we spend a lot of time thinking about our own homepage. We test it, we refine it. We are thinking about all of the different ways we can make sure that it appeals to who is visiting our site. It's something that we care about deeply. I highly recommend that it's something that you think about as well. And also from a local point of view, this is a Wix website. I love Chickpea, and it's a vegan restaurant in Vancouver. If you're looking for some vegan food or some baba ganoush of some sort in Vancouver, I'm actually not sure. I cannot confirm or deny if they have baba ganoush, but I do love baba ganoush. Anyway, one of the things about your homepage for a local business is that when you're doing local SEO, chances are you're going to be doing citations. You're definitely going to have a Google business profile, and those will very, very often point to your homepage. They will often, in some cases, with some listings, allow you to do like deeper links and things like that. But they will almost always point to your homepage. So if you have a web link, it will go to your homepage. So make sure that the kinds of information and the way that you're depicting yourself on some of these citation sites also aligns with what people are expecting on your website. So if you're seeing that when you're going to some of these niche some of the directories, citation places that are relevant to your niche, if you're seeing that they're asking the same kinds of questions on your directory listing and you don't have that kind of information on your homepage, then maybe have a think about whether or not you could have that information on your webpage. If they're asking for lots of pictures, and ask yourself, do I have enough pictures, and do I have good quality pictures on my homepage? But make sure that the experience that people there are getting from your brand on places like TripAdvisor or places like Yelp or places like Instagram or TikTok, like the fellow before, they resonate with your homepage when people get there. Because I've definitely had as a case as a customer where I've seen something on somewhere and I went to the homepage and was like, this doesn't resonate. I'm actually not going to convert here. So let's think about some of our common homepage strategies now. Now, this is what I can refer to as a billboard. Now, I'm going to be sharing a lot of information about some big brands and how they do their homepage. I think that one of the things that I always look at is, even if you are a smaller brand, it's always worth seeing what the big boys are doing. And seeing what folks with giant budgets are doing for their brands, and seeing how you can apply those to your niche. They might not even be a direct competitor, but if you see someone who's doing something really cool online, think about how you can possibly do that. And the Zara page I find fascinating because essentially, they change around the picture, but essentially it's this. It's a couple of drop downs of a location and a language. And they're able to do this for a couple of reasons. One of them is because they are a giant brand. So they don't have to worry so much about their brand name. Loads of people know about their brand name. So if you're going to be doing a page that essentially has like very, very little on the page, I would hazard against doing that exclusively. There are a lot of people that do a combination where they have the billboard at the top and, you know, sort of big banner image at the top, and then they have the information below. But I would hazard against doing a page that is solely a picture and a link, unless you're a big brand like Zara. But one of the other things that's interesting about Zara is that it's not just the image. This page actually has 96 internal links. And it's the only page of some of the big brand homepages that I researched that has navigational intent. And basically, this is allowing them to point people to some of their international locations, some of their international SEO things. So they're using this very, very strategically, and particularly. But from a visual point of view, it has that sort of big impact, sort of brand feel about it. Now, a lot of people use this in combination. So, for instance, this is a local business that's using Wix. They are a pizza delivery, and they have this is actually video on their live site. And you're able to get a real good sense that, like, it's sort of handmade, artisanal pizza, and they've got great ingredients, and you get all of that really, really quickly from the page. They also have a link where you can order online, and then further down they have more details. But that gives you a really good way to sort of introduce yourself to your audience. Similarly, this is Jolly Bodies, fitness, fun, and more. And you know, they're offering a sort of welcoming space. You sort of get that brand appeal. And again, they also have information about where you can purchase there as well. So when we think about a billboard, essentially what you're sort of trying to do is you're trying to sort of focus users on a single task. On the Zara example, they're focusing people on choosing where they are. Like, tell me where you are so I can point you to the right page. That's what they're focusing on. The pizza one was saying, order here. Look at this beautiful pizza. You know you want it. Press the button, order here. And this one, Potter Trail, which is a great Wix website that talks about it's a Harry Potter tour in Edinburgh if you're up there, and they are pointing people to their book here. They've got a few informations there, but the only button you've got there and the main part is the book here. So when you're thinking about that, you would create it with like a big, well optimized image, and you would make sort of that you had clean composition above the fold. Any menus, you want to sort of have them sort of minimalized and things like that. But you also want to optimize it with structured data, because if you've got images and things like that, and if you've got minimal text on the page, you want to make sure that the structured data is backing up what you are showing on the page. You also want to make sure you have all of your image attributes, and that you've got good links across any drop-down menus and other menus that are across the site. So another one is the funneler. I've got some fun names for these. So the funneler is another type of website, and this is essentially designed to filter audiences based on an intent or service. And this aligns with brands that have a diverse business offering or evergreen branding, or a few very specific audiences. So this is something that we see from Virgin, and Virgin is somebody, they've got a very evergreen brand, but they do a lot of different things across their brand. So there's Virgin in space, there's Virgin trains, or there were Virgin trains, there's mobile phones, there's money, there's things like that. But the brand Virgin sort of sits across all of them. So again, they're funneling people to all of these individual places. This one's interesting because it has a really high percentage of backlinks. So because the main brand is a sort of parent brand, and it's sending information out to it, that if you're looking for information about Virgin, you can go to Virgin, and that they'll point you to whatever brand entity that you're looking for. So that's an interesting way that they're using that. And they have a high percentage of backlinks that are pointing just to the homepage. Something like 81% of their backlinks are going just to virgin.com. In this particular space. And this doesn't necessarily only apply to brands or to brands within brands. This can also apply to products. So for instance, Starbucks, which has lots of local locations, is pointing people to their rewards cards, but they're also pointing people to their products just as they come into the site. And then they also have a link for finding in the store. For a smaller local business, you might be thinking about something like your menu or order online. So for instance, this is a restaurant that is saying, here's our menu. If you want to eat in the restaurant, here's where you would order online. If you are wanting to order with DoorDash or something to that effect. And so essentially, when you're thinking about this, you're going to want to point people to high value content. You can't funnel everyone to everything. And this is something that is going to allow you to demonstrate the clear, distinct offerings for your business. and also to help make sure that you are getting people to the sort of high value segments of your audience. I've seen this done with recruiters, for instance, where recruitment companies where they'll have one section that is for employees who are looking for jobs, and one section that's for employers that are looking for jobs. And if that is if both of those audiences are important segments, then you might want to think about putting that on your homepage first so that people can get to those things quickly. And again, you can do this with UX segmentation, with buttons, with content prioritization, particularly on mobile where it's more vertical. And for these, you're going to want to optimize with keywords for each segment. So if you are segmenting, if you are funneling into like say the employer employees, you're going to want to do to make sure that you've got keyword targeting that's unique for both segments. And you'll want to make sure that you're segmenting the keywords in the title, the meta description, all of that sort of stuff, and that you're supporting supporting like these sort of top funnel UX elements with richer copy below the fold. So let's say you've got your menu here, your order online as a sort of big sort of banner thing at the top. Lower down, you're going to want to think about, expanding into like, this is our restaurant experience. This is our order online experience, that sort of thing, so that you're serving everyone on the homepage before they start clicking through. And here's an example from another Wix website. This is Stone Theater, which is based in North Carolina in the United States. And this homepage ranks for 22,000 keywords. And it's getting something like 134,000 keywords, or 134,000 visits a month. And essentially they are funneling to all of their different venues. So, they've got the Point, the Millstone, Sun Valley. These are places where they have their different cinemas, where you can watch, the latest Denzel Washington movie. And what you see from these funnels, and you see this with other websites as well, is that this actually affects what happens on the SERP. And this is one of the reasons why I think it's important to think about the sort of combination of UX and SEO on your homepage, particularly with local, but for other sites as well. Because what you see is that Google is also filtering these things on the SERP, and part of this has to do with the way that they're seeing users move through the site. It has to do with how you are surfacing content on the site and how users are getting more visibility for that site, and it can support more of the traffic across the site. So think about how you are guiding users through your site and how that affects what users are seeing on the SERP before they even get through. So the next one I want to think about is a converter. This is from later.com. I'm a big fan of them. I think they do great marketing. And essentially, a converter is it's a page that's designed to get a user to complete a task, to sign in, to register, to purchase. And this aligns with brands that want to help users achieve a goal, which might be to buy a thing or register, or whichever it may be. And this is also something that shopping sites do. The places like Amazon, Etsy, eBay. And what's interesting about these sites that are focused on converting is that it can sometimes be more efficient, particularly if you're a business that is maybe stretched. Like if you're a local business and you maybe maybe you're wearing a lot of hats, and maybe you're doing the Facebook marketing or the Facebook ads and the Google ads and the Bing ads, and you're also doing the organic and that sort of thing. You might want to think about a page like this that is optimized for conversions from an SEO point of view as well, so that you can essentially drive all of your traffic to that. So this one in particular had the highest percentage of overall traffic going to the homepage. So for later.com across the domain, 21% of their traffic was going to their homepage. And they also see a very similar page showing up for a lot of their ads. So they're not changing their ads. They're not creating different PPC pages for their homepage. They're using the same page because their homepage is already set up for conversions, or essentially above the fold is. And this is something that you can see across smaller businesses as well. This is a site that is based in Vietnam, and it is a taxi site, a limousine rental and transport site. And essentially, as soon as you get on the page, you can see how you can book a car really, really easily, because that's why people are coming to their website. They're coming to the website to book the car. Don't bury that lead. Don't make people look for it. Put it on the page so that people can do it straight away. Reduce friction for users. And that's essentially what pages like this are designed to be. So I think that when you're thinking about, your funneling traffic to businesses, you want to be thinking about funneling traffic to direct business offerings and audiences. You can create this with buttons, forms, chat points. You can also create this with purchase points. And you also want to think about optimizing this with relevant keywords that are targeted towards the task. Things like buy, shop, book now, et cetera, can be added to both the copy, the meta descriptions, the title tags, things like that. And these will support conversion points within and links. These can be supported with links and conversion points to deeper content. And one of the things, this is another website that's doing this locally. So this is Valley Medical Group, and they are pulling in around about they're ranking for about 5,000 keywords on their homepage, getting around 23,000 visits a month. And essentially what they're doing with this one is they're actually pointing people to some of their sort of deeper links to some of their wider tools. So they're a medical group, and they've got a place where you can request medical records. You can check in with their advisory council. They've got their patient portal and things like that. And not all of those are even located on their regular domain, but it allows people to complete some of those actions very, very quickly. And I mentioned these guys as well, but you can see how well they're doing this, so that they've got the form set up straight away. So it's really, really easy to do that. And now going on to the Informer, not the 1990s music from Snow, but also thinking about this one. So the Informer is a page that serves lots of information quickly, and it aligns with thought leadership brands, the digital resources like weather and knowledge bases and things like that. And I've seen a lot of these who provide sort of local information and local news as well, and even like local sort of surf reports and things like that. And this is an example of one that is based around Dublin. So they are covering all of the food in Dublin, and they rank for 2,700 keywords, including salad in Dublin. And they're getting lots and lots of traffic to their page. One of the things that they're doing is they're posting something like 4 posts a day. And for something like this, it's really important that they have their latest content right at the top of the feed. So this is a page that is designed to make sure that they're showing new content to Google as users as it's created. And they're doing this with blog feeds, with strategic internal linking, with headers and keywords. And they're also going to be, of course, optimizing this with, well structured, Google Search Console and sitemap submission to being. You can even submit your RSS to Google Search Console as well. And they're also thinking about their link priority and their link hierarchy across the site. In the similar sort of realm is the feeder. And this is more like a link directory. It's not necessarily content that is brand new, but potentially content that is very high value. So it will, if you have lots and lots of content and you're looking to share that across your site, then there's a few ways that you can do that with a feeder page. And a feeder page is not even necessarily a destination. It's a sort of gateway to some of your other content around. And you would be surfacing content, new content created by a sort of category, and this will support indexation. So what was interesting about the fandom page was that we found that wasn't even their top page, for instance, when I looked at the research there. So it's more of a sort of conduit for the wider activity of the website. And what we see with a feeder page is that you can see that you're going to be thinking very strategically about your internal linking, making sure that you're linking out to pages consistently, and that you've got good headers and keyword copy for feed collections, that you're automating, adding keywords to blog summaries and things like that, and that you are surfacing high performing content. So looking at the research for these types of pages, I found it very interesting. Looking at Virgin, looking at Later, looking at London Stock Exchange, Zara, Feeder, and I think there's great things that you can learn from here, from local businesses as well. With a funnel one where you have lots of different strands to your business, you're going to want to focus a lot of your backlinks on your homepage because you're going to have a lot of change going around there. If you're thinking about a converter, then you're also want to be thinking about driving a lot of traffic to your homepage, and potentially consolidating some of your and test this, of course, but potentially consolidating some of your activity to be more efficient with which content goes where. And then the other one you want to think about, an informer and a feeder are really, really good types of content for if you have lots and lots of content that's coming around quite regularly. If you're publishing very frequently, then having a homepage that's very active and shows that you're publishing very frequently will really work in your favor. And I think that if you're doing a billboard, I would say if you're a smaller business, I would highly recommend doing that in maybe at the top of your page, but maybe not for the whole page. So let's get into some of the tactics for good local homepages. So when I think about good local homepages, we try to think about the menu and the links. The internal links and your menu are really, really important on your homepage, and it is important to make sure that users can go to the pages that are most important. It is important to make sure that content which is high value and maybe isn't even necessarily highest in your site architecture, but is of high value to the users, or users really appreciate it, is surfaced on the page. Line links are really valuable for this in particular. If you're using other links, via JavaScript and things like that, sometimes they can be crawled differently. So I would highly recommend backing up any high value links with a line link as well as a sort of automated link with things like that. And when we're thinking about local pages, you can get a bit of a steer here. So this is one of the best hostels in Denver, Colorado, and this is an example of a site that's got really good menu, and they got really good CTAs and things like that. If they were looking to update their menu and CTA as a local business, you get a lot of steers from Google because they have a lot of spaces where they are showing the kinds of things that users are looking for. So if you have a site, if you were the 11th Avenue Hostel and you wanted to think about, maybe we need different things on our homepage, you could go through some of these things and go, well, do we have directions? Do we have our prices very clear? Do we have our reviews on our page? Do we have our photos? Do we have things about our Wi-Fi, our policies? Do we have, stuff about our cleaning, our checkout times, all of that sort of information? Is that information available or easily accessible from our homepage on our site? And so I think that that's something that's really, really useful to think about as a local SEO business. And then I think also when we go through, we are also thinking about, other things. So we want to make sure that we've got local organization schema markup. We want to make sure that we've got our NAP all the way through there as well, and that's something that should be supporting your local business markup. And then I also think that we want to be thinking about. I think we also want to be thinking about. Sorry, I'm looking at the time. We also want to be thinking about making sure that we've got high content feeds and high value categories. So I mentioned, the feeder, I mentioned the informer, and if that is a content, that is a website that you have, then you want to think about making sure that is on your website. So if you have a blog, you can set up a blog feed that's on your site. And one of the things that I've seen before is that I had a client who was a recruiter, and we changed the website, and we saw the traffic decrease significantly across the site, and we couldn't figure out why. And when we looked at it again, I went through Wayback Machine, and I actually found that previously on the former iteration of the website, we had a job feed that said the latest jobs that were on the site. And then when we redid it, we didn't have a job feed on the homepage. And when we put the job feed back on the site, then suddenly we saw much better performance. So if you have content that is changing over regularly, if you have content that people are looking for very frequently, then make sure that you're showing that on your homepage and things. I think I saw a question in the chat that was talking about performance. And I think that if you're thinking of a sort of a big banner image on the homepage. It's very, very important. I've seen this happen as well, that you make sure that your page is, has good image optimization, so your standard things like image alt text, image alt tags, all that sort of stuff, but also make sure that it's optimized for performance. So Chickpea, as I mentioned before, is Wix website. They're crushing it on their core web vitals. Again, it's not the end all be all, but it can be a signal that you maybe need to make some improvements on your image optimization. And I've seen it the other way, where I've seen people who uploaded beautiful photos, but it was sort of I literally saw I saw one website that had a 10 megabyte image on their homepage, and it was just like, guys, no, it doesn't have to be that way. It doesn't. The page could hardly load at all. So make sure that you're not doing that. At Wix, we have a few things that will automatically compress and images that are that large. But it's worth making sure that you're not doing that off the bat, and that you're reducing any images to the best possible, the lowest possible file size, highest possible resolution before you are adding them to your site. You also want to think about making sure you have your CTAs with keywords and clarity, particularly if you're thinking about a converter web page, and if you're putting that on your homepage as well. And finally, if you're wanting to get some more information here, then it's worth checking out some of the information that we have on the Wix SEO Hub. I go into a bit more detail about some of these homepage SEO strategies in a blog on the Wix SEO Hub. We've also discussed this on a webinar. We've also discussed this on a podcast as well. It's something that I think is really important. And I hope that has been helpful.
Hey, very helpful, Krystal. That was full of very many things that I need to watch again. But do you know what? Because we've only got 2 minutes, I'm just going to go straight to questions because there are very many questions. Let's have the first one. Oh, Simon, he's trying to out question me. With a brand with a lot of stakeholders, how do you manage? This is such a good question. How do you manage what gets on the homepage without resorting to a carousel or a fight? Maybe.
It can, yeah. So I think that money gets the priority. Like the money gets the priority. At the end of the day, like whatever pays the bills gets the priority, and that should be at the top of the page. If there's and then I think if you're in like a regulatory space, for instance, if you're a bar, you have to be like, we only serve people over this age. Like if you're a doctor or some sort of medical space, then you need to make sure that you have links, at least links, but certainly information about your qualifications and all that sort of stuff. Maybe lower down the fold, but above the fold, whatever makes you the money should take top priority. And I've had so many discussions where people are like, oh, I want this beautiful video. And I'm like, but it won't load. Yeah, it's not loading, guy.
And I want it to autoplay.
It won't load. I had a company that we were working with, they were solar panels, and they had this beautiful sweeping image of a factory with solar panels on the top of it. And it was like 15 megabytes. I was like, y'all, nobody needs it. We don't need this. Nobody's watching that. No one cares. I'm sorry.
Okay, so it's all about the money. Right, what's the next question? NAP on the home page as well as map. So I think it's just a very specific locally question.
I say yes.
Yeah, especially if you're a single location, maybe not if you're multi-location, because you can't have all of them.
Yeah, but also first of all, I love a map, full stop. Like I just love maps. And second of all, I think people find it comforting, and also people can just click on the map. Like users can click on the map and then do their directions from it. So absolutely have the NAP because it's a local SEO. That's the first thing you do, but also I would say have the map. And yeah, it's great. It's useful.
Brilliant. Thank you. Got it. One more. Oh, Simon again. What special words or data do you use to convince a business to change their homepage from a nonsense mission statement to an explanation of what they actually do?
I tend to use, what special words or data? I look at competitors. So I remember I was doing an audit for an architect, and the architect had like something like designing brilliant ideas and concepts, and it was just like, what? And I was like, we should do some like SEO, like saying like architecture firm account of architecture, and they were like, well, blah blah blah, and I was like, who ranks number one for architect? Like they were like, and I was like, these guys, and they're not some like nobody architect. It's not something they had a really SEO'd page, and they were the guys who designed like the Staples Center in Los Angeles. Like these are people who design museums. Like they're making money and they're using SEO. So like show them people who are doing it who they admire. I think if everybody gets FOMO, show them FOMO. Like that's what I would say. Like look at this and look at you, and like you could do that. You could definitely do that. We can find a middle ground, please.
I'll say it again, just because last 2 days, every single thing that anyone has said about how do I get my clients to do this? It's like, show that your competitors are doing it, because they will be doing it. Krystal, we need to say goodbye to you.
I miss you already.
Oh, thank you so much. That was so valuable. So much there. Brilliant. Thank you. And we'll see you again soon.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye. Brilliant. There were many questions. But it is time for us to move on with our day and for the next talk of today. So, what have we got here? It is time to welcome our friends from Near Media. So we've got Greg, David, and Mike. Near Media is made up of expert local strategists, Greg, David, and Mike, who share research and analysis to help us better understand the local marketplace. So we're going to see them now. Hello.
Hi, Claire.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Excited to be here.
Fantastic.
Claire, I need to fly you over to have you decorate my backdrop. I love the space you're in right now. It's great.
You just get loads and loads of plants, basically, and
clearly.
just put them on a shelf. I can, yeah, I'm available to do that job for you. That's
Excellent.
fine. Yes, that would be great. So we are super duper looking forward to your talk, because you are going to present on the local SERP, what new user testing reveals about searcher behavior. So can't wait for this. Can I remind everyone to write your questions in the chat? We have got the talk now, and then we will have, I think it's a full 10 minutes, all being well, at the end for Q&A. So get your questions in there, and I will hand over to you. Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks, Claire. So as Claire mentioned, this is us, and this is what we do. You can get our newsletter at nearmedia.so, and we also have a weekly podcast, which Claire has been on, and we'd love for you to sign up for that. But looking past that, we're going to get into what we're here to present, which is some user research data. David, why don't you give us an overview of these studies?
Sure. So we've conducted 2 of these studies now in 2 different, or 1 study in 2 different verticals, where we essentially present users with a task. We say, you need to imagine yourself in this scenario, and you're going to Google to help solve this problem that you're having. And we record the sessions of users either on their desktops or on their phones, and we watch what results they're engaging with, and we record attributes of the results that they engage with: position on the page, especially if it's a GBP listing, what the attributes of the GBP listing are, how many reviews, does it have photos, what do the photos show, those kinds of things. And then where are they clicking, right? We have this, and then we ask them, the point of the exercise is to say, which one of these, based on the results that you see in Google, which one of these businesses would you contact first to help you with this problem? And so then we aggregate these results in a totally, there's got to be a better way to do this, but a massive spreadsheet, and pull a whole bunch of analyses from the aggregated results from each user. So we've done this now, as I said, two different verticals. I think a big caveat here that you've got here at the bottom of this slide, Greg, is that initially we were only able to do this on desktop results in the first vertical we looked at, which was legal. The most recent one, which we just completed in medical, we had an even split of desktop and mobile. So some of the differences between the two categories that you see in the upcoming slides may be due to the influence of mobile on the medical results. But generally speaking, I think that there's some pretty interesting takeaways that we're excited to share.
Right, and the other thing is we get a lot of qualitative information from these studies, which adds a color and nuance that you wouldn't get if you were just looking at clicks and looking at keywords. And you know, Mike, this is your slide. So why don't you give us 10 seconds on what this is?
This actually came out of a Google study, and it's one of the best studies that Google has ever done, called The Messy Middle. Just when users aren't quite sure, they go every place and look at everything as they sort of navigate within themselves what they want and where they want to go. And so frequently these journeys are not linear at all. And it's just important to keep that in mind. Even when you're watching our data, which is not particularly linear, it's probably even more nonlinear than that.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of that nonlinear behavior in this research. Right. Okay, so this is broken down into different components. The first one is the local SERP and how it's organized, and the overlay on the slide is blocking my view. Okay, there, it's gone. All right, so what we saw in these two studies is a lot of directional similarity. 93% of legal results were localized, almost 100% of the medical results, and you know, again, mobile is in there, whereas it's not in the legal category.
David, would you define localized for the listeners?
Sure. So localized would be a result, any result that includes a business that has a physical location in a market where it's very obvious that that business would not rank globally, right? So Google has shown, it's essentially the results that we have seen since the Venice update in 2012, where there's sort of an artificial boost given to local businesses, even for a really competitive term, you know, like personal injury lawyer, just for example, right? Even if that query doesn't include near me, even if that search result doesn't include a PAC, which I think that one probably does, but you'll see website results showing up that are small law firms, in this case, that would never rank, you know, they're only ranking in the market where the searcher is doing the search. They're not ranking in every market across the country.
So one of the to point out on this slide is the difference between near me searches in legal and in medical, where there was a higher mobile users. A lot of mobile users just use the search suggestions and use near me there. Similar PACs, although higher in medical, there were more non-local results for legal, or less localization, and at the bottom, ads. So this is an interesting slide, because in medical, with the mobile users, the PAC was pretty much at the top of results every single time, but it wasn't in legal. You guys want to speak to that?
I couldn't really explain this. Yeah, I'm not sure why this was the case necessarily, but we certainly saw strong PAC position in both categories, and I think that I guess my takeaway here is that as you're doing keyword research, one of the things to consider is where is the PAC on the page for a given sort of keyword theme, or if it's a really high value keyword for a specific keyword. And, you know, do you have a chance organically to be in the slots above the PAC where your click-through rate would likely be considerably higher?
Right. I mean, when you look at this from the previous slide's point of view, a lot of results were localized. Not as many legal results had PACs. When the PACs were there, they were lower, which just meant overall organic had a lot more opportunity in these search results than in the medical search results, where the local PAC was the dominant sort of theme. And so it's important to understand what your category does and how it does it, so that you can allocate resources between web and local.
The variability of where the PAC was in legal was really surprising, because it was all over the place. So
Greg, you skipped the previous slide, which I actually did want to talk about.
Oh no, it
was
jumped way ahead.
the breakdown of where ads showed up. Yeah.
Yep, it jumped way ahead. Sorry about that, folks. Okay, there we are.
Yeah, so the legal vertical overall, I think, was more heavily monetized, which I would say both of these categories are equally your money or your life and high margin spaces to be in. But I did find it interesting, just like the number of 3 and 4 ad search results in legal, and we didn't see that quite as much in medical.
And there were no LSAs at all in medical.
And no LSAs at all in medical, right? So again, this is just another theme of like, thinking about where you should be allocating resources. Like maybe in medical, you might be able to get away with just doing, local SEO for GDP as well as your website, not as heavily ad driven. I don't think that's the case in legal, just, again, just based on the number of ads that appear, and certainly not to steal our own thunder later on, but LSAs, if you're in legal, you pretty much got to be in LSAs to have the biggest chance of recruiting a potential client.
And here's LSAs appearing in legal, but not medical, as we said, quite frequently, almost 23% of the time. So one of the interesting things that we didn't see in legal, but we saw in medical, is people sort of explicitly expressing their distaste for ads. People scrolling past them or remarking, I don't trust sponsored results, I don't look at this. Yet, despite that, still had a lot of ad clicks, which we'll talk about later. So we are talking about that. Presumably we don't add any further comments. When I created these slides, I thought we would pause and then discuss, but since we're doing that in real time, we'll just jump over that. So now moving on to clicks and conversions. Where did these happen? When did these happen? So this is kind of a challenging slide perhaps to penetrate visually, but one of the things that it says is that, as Mike remarked earlier, in legal, we have many, many more organic clicks. Again, this is the desktop only versus medical, where we've got an even split. Had we seen, mobile users in legal, we might have seen a split between organic and GBP, more equivalent to the mobile user. Do you want to make any comments on this slide, either of you?
Just the one that I want to highlight now, and we'll discuss it more later, just is that when LSAs are present on the left, they have a big impact.
Right. So 25% of the clicks. So this is where the clicks occurred for GBP and the Finder, and legal on the left and medical on the right. 72% in the top 3. Also in the right, there's a concentration in the top 3, but it's less so. It's only a little over 50%. And so let's talk about the Finder.
So the Finders, interestingly, are different between legal and medical. In the legal Finder, often in fact, the pack, when you click on a pack listing, will take you to the Finder, whereas in medical, it takes you to a profile. And once you're in the Finder, the legal Finder is much more, the images are much more about the lawyers, and in medical, it's more about the place and the location, and secondarily about the practitioners. What's amazing in both, but particularly in medical, is that there's such a long tail in medical that once people get in the Finder, and this is true both in mobile and desktop, but particularly so on mobile, people continue to scroll, and we saw people going down 15, 20 results regularly in their scroll patterns. And that to me is something I never thought, I guess, that the Finder was that heavily used for decision making.
And one of the possible, go ahead.
For me, it's not just about the length of the tail, but the thickness of the tail. I think is very surprising. So this slide should be great news for everybody who's watching or attending this event today. Just showing that, hey, if you can even get in the game and you've got a really compelling Google business profile with a strong review and rating attribute, with good photography, as Mike said, if you're filling out some of these newer attributes like identity attributes and whether you have online booking and that sort of stuff, I think just getting in the game is going to give you a significant chance of earning a click, regardless of where you're ranking in the Finder.
And just a note about identity attributes, we had a lot of anecdotal, in particularly in medical, a lot of anecdotal evidence that people look for the diversity that they want in their lives. And so if you've got a diverse practice, you want to be demonstrating that visibly, visually, in a way that people understand it intuitively, instantly, that it's not, that it's not sort of buried, right? That it pays off.
Photos are the main way that people did that, and one of the primary things that people were looking for. One of the comments I would make about the depth of the Finder is that this goes to the qualitative research pieces. We heard people talking about reviews and searching for better reviewed practitioners. They were looking for people with more reviews and better reviews very often. That may not explain all the behavior, but it was anecdotally coming up with some regularity.
Although in medical, the images were so consistently bad across so many locations that they didn't comment on the images because they were so bad. I mean, it would be interesting to see if we could find a market where the images are good in medical, unlike in legal, where there's a lot better imagery.
So this is a related point. This is the organic click-through curve, and what we observed here is it mostly more so in legal than in medical, but it's a flatter curve, less of a drop-off than you might factor than the conventional wisdom would hold.
Yeah, for sure. I think the top, again, similar to the Finder findings, if you're in the top 5 or 6 results in either of these two very competitive categories, you stand a strong chance of earning a click. And that's not. And the other piece of this that I think was sort of surprising to me is just the number of multi-click sessions where people did not go with their first choice. They would evaluate. I think in legal, our median was like 3 different potential practices or practitioners before deciding, okay, this is the one that I would talk to first. And so again, I think this is great news for anybody attending today's event, is just get in the game, just get in the top 5 or 6 results. Clearly there's a major benefit to ranking number 1 or in the top 3 organically. But I think that it's a much flatter and much thicker click-through rate curve than I would have expected. The other comment I'll make is just, to kind of, these aren't exactly one-to-one graphics. Kind of obviously, I wish that we had done the version on the right for the one on the left in legal, but just showing how dominant the pack was in the first position. And I think that a lot of that was driven by the pack being in the first position on mobile and then dumping people into this very immersive Finder experience. That I think that's something to be aware of if you're in a heavily mobile category, that might be an indicator that actually the GBP side of things really is where you should start, and less so organically.
And I would have 2 comments about that overall, just that Google's going to give you your share of clients, and you have to convince them either through the GBP or the website. And also we saw a fair bit of cheating on review schema in legal that often drove results further down in organic. And when people saw the stars, even if they were inappropriately assigned, people responded to that very aggressively.
So just, we have to be a little conscious of time, but just a quick comment on this slide. Let's talk about the ad position that in primary and mobile. Is a lot of people clicking on that top ad. That got a lot of action.
Yeah, nothing else to say, especially in mobile. I think that's, again, the goal here is we're trying to help folks allocate resources accordingly. And if you're in a heavily mobile category, it's maybe a better place to spend on ads.
Okay, so this what I want to highlight here probably is the impact of LSAs. Either of you want to speak to that?
Mike, you go for it.
Sure. It just so on the right, when LSAs are present, this was in the legal vertical, the distribution of clicks was roughly even between organic, local, and the LSAs. And even, I know you said that people didn't say this in legal, but I heard a number of people anecdotally say that they ignored ads. They don't ignore LSAs. And it points out several things that because of the Google screen, people respond to them differently. Maybe they don't understand them, but they're very powerful. And it also points out that Google can drive user behavior across the page just by changing the layout of the page. And so the idea that number one is always right or always best, well, it's generally true, but it was much more true before Google started throwing in all these other results. And you have to keep an eye on results because Google will shift layouts of the page to drive user behaviors wherever they want.
And Google, you know, the LSAs don't look like ads. They don't look like traditional ads. And many people didn't fully understand that LSAs were ads. And that was undoubtedly part of the behavior. There's reviews, there's Google Screen, there's images. It doesn't really look like a traditional Google ad.
And this is reinforced because the local finder in legal looks just like the LSA finder. In fact, the LSA ads are right at the top of it. So it's like there's very little distinction between an ad and a regular non-ad listing in the finder as well. So Google is reinforcing this sort of non-distinction.
And this is just an example of a legal LSA and you know, an anecdotal comment about people not entirely understanding what Google Screened is, but feeling like it's intuitively like it's a good thing, or it's a verification badge of some kind. Okay, zero click. So you know, Grant Fishkin has done a lot of work on zero click, as have others, but he's the sort of chief spokesperson for it. And you know, we've talked on our podcast about how a lot of zero click action is in local, and this confirms that. 71% of GB engagements and 54% on the desktop were zero click.
I find zero click to be a sort of negative take on it. I see it as lead generation. A lead's a lead, doesn't matter where it comes from. So
well, true, but so it speaks to GBP optimization, but yes. But hard, you know, obviously difficult to track that.
Yeah, and I qualify this. I mean, to me, this is an interesting sort of paradox of, hey, organic click-throughs are still very much alive and well, particularly in legal, and the depth of those organic click-throughs is substantial. But the flip side of that is, you know, zero click is also very prevalent. And in particular, like even if it's not a zero click quote unquote conversion, right, where they're on your GBP and they click to call or you know, book an appointment online directly with Reserve with Google. In a lot of cases, the zero click thing was a disqualifying click, that users didn't like what they saw on a GBP, not a good enough review profile, terrible photo, and then bounce back and look for something else. And so that's also something to consider, is just, even if you're not getting conversions from your GBP, you might be getting disqualified,
turning people off,
going to one of your competitors. Exactly.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. So I don't know if there's anything to add on this slide.
I don't think much to add here. Yeah, just that, you know, there's overall, we saw like zero click conversions were fairly low on both mobile and desktop, but for folks that did choose something from a GBP, on mobile, it was, you know, basically 50% of those were zero clicks. They did not go through to the website that was listed in GBP before saying, this is who I'd call first.
So this is a little bit of a controversial slide, perhaps. 75% of our participants on the legal side looked at websites. They clicked through and they looked at websites before deciding which provider to contact. I tend to believe that that's going to be actual IRL behavior. David was a little more skeptical of that, but it's a pretty hot. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm skeptical largely because I think, you know, we were asking people, who would you contact first, right? We weren't saying who would you hire, but I think that in order to get that first call, that your website may not be as critical. And then once people have a call with you or interact with you, email or whatever, I think maybe the website might play a role prior to actually deciding. But I think that our study mirrored what I would expect in the real world from people in the sort of commercial research phase of their decision-making process.
There were a lot of people doing credibility assessments, looking at pictures, looking at years in business, looking at you know, sort of the overall kind of impression coming from the website. Okay, so reviews. Obviously, reviews are a huge conversion factor, number one in the local ranking factors study. There's a little bit of a paradox here in the sense that this, you know, by far, this is the top factor that people are looking at in both categories. but they're also really just looking at review volumes and ratings numbers. They're not reading reviews. But do either of you want to add any color to these slides?
Well, I was shocked, particularly in the medical field, where there was this insistence on the best, and the best meant 4.7 and up, which isn't a very big, as we've talked about, not a very big window.
We have a slide on
which
that.
succeed.
You've got a slide. Yeah.
And the other is just how few people actually read the damn reviews. It's like, Jesus,
Yeah.
you're going to talk about how important they are, then at least read a few of them, Never did. It was shocking to me.
Everybody
Not
commented.
never, but less frequently than you might expect.
Yeah, that's than
only
I thought, anyways. Yes.
Only about a third of people were reading reviews.
Right.
So this, to your point, Mike, about the sort of threshold that star rating threshold that people wanted to see, it was kind of unrealistically high. They wanted to see a lot of review volume, and they wanted to see really, really only the top providers. Those were going to be the ones that they were focused on. Yet if you got to 5 stars, you only had 5 stars, there was a lot of skepticism that flipped to skepticism and doubt about the accuracy of those reviews.
So the takeaway is get a lot of reviews, but keep it at 4.85.
Exactly. That's right. That's the idea.
To that point, considerably higher, and I should have this. Maybe Jamie or one of the Bright Local folks could pull this slide up, in the green room or whatever. But the consumers review study that Bright Local does every year, like this seemed considerably higher threshold than what that typically reports. So
yes,
very interesting to see just how demanding these consumers were. So.
Well, I mean, there'd be a difference between the abstract idea of what would be the sort of minimum you would accept, and then actually when people are in the process of looking for real.
Right. Slightly different question. Right. Which one are you going to call first versus how low would you go to and as an exclusion threshold?
And so this is just the point that we made, that only a third of users, even the people who are saying reviews are the most important thing, and I love reviews, and reviews are really critical, most people are not reading them. They're only a third. Some people really did thoroughly look at review text, but most people did not.
I don't know if we have a slide on this, but it's equally important on the website that people really expressed a predilection for showing not just first party, but first party and third party. Yes. From a range of sources on the website, and they really like that.
Yeah, if you've only got a selection of first party reviews and they're all great, it's not gonna be persuasive.
Right.
Okay, so we're closing in on our final slides. Photos and websites. We talked already about visits to websites a little bit. Photos in this slide of sort of the things that impact decisions, right? Reviews are the top on the left, and then photos are sort of toward the right. But this kind of understates where photos figured in the medical context in people's decision making. David, do you want to say anything, or Mike, do you want to say anything about that?
Well, just one thing that struck me in the medical was just the anecdotal comments about how a site felt. And this was a very vague comment, but the color scheme combined with the photos, the content of the
people
photos,
friendly?
Are the people look friendly? Do they look like me? Those kinds of things played a huge role, even if photos weren't explicitly mentioned, that the site looked and felt right to them. And this was even more important, or as important as having all the professional qualifications, information, and services, was whether it looked and felt right to them. So it's one of these intangibles that, and in medical, there were very few in the GBP listings. So it was one of the things that struck me was there were so few, people just didn't comment on their absence or presence.
The first thing people did when they were looking for doctors was try to find the doctors. When they went to websites, we did an analysis of medical websites as well. When they went to websites, and this is true for GBP, they want to see photos. Who's the doctor? Let me see all the doctors. That was one of the first things that they did.
Which speaks to not having a banner image that's a stock photograph, but having a banner image that's your staff, and it isn't just your white male staff.
And to the point of stock photos, this is maybe hard to view at a glance, but these are anecdotal comments from the recordings that we did that just show how people love seeing the providers. They want to see who's doing the work, and they really, for the most part, don't like stock photos. Stock photos wasn't toxic every single time, but in many cases, people thought it was deceptive, or diminish trust. So there was a lot at stake in the quality and the content of the photos that people saw. Okay, so then we're almost perfectly on time here. This is our final set of takeaways, which repeat some of the things that we've said, or many of the things that we've said, and we'll just leave them up for people, and we can answer questions. But do you guys want to say anything sort of big picture about the findings, or some of the things maybe that we didn't include in the deck?
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be learned from these, from watching these search sessions. That obviously, we presented a ton of quantitative data here today, but the qualitative stuff was almost more interesting to me. It's incredibly useful for positioning, how you position your business to understand the attributes that people care about. As you guys have both said, trying to identify what's resonating with potential patients or clients or whatever, customers, depending on your type of business, what's resonating with them on your website, in your GBP, what's resonating about competitors' profiles, competitors' websites. I think that's just a really important exercise that, particularly if you're a big multi-location brand, that I would absolutely undertake, is to get the qualitative data, even if you sort of you think you have all the search stuff dialed. I think it really will make a difference in helping your conversion rates.
But as an old friend of ours once said, David, watching 400 videos is hard.
Well, you get the why. A lot of the click studies don't give you the why, and the qualitative stuff was very, very interesting, and it really added a lot of nuance to the other insights. So Claire, I think we're ready to go to questions. There are questions.
There are questions. There are many questions. Thank you very much. That was excellent. And obviously, like the qualitative element is the bit where, because we don't see things how our potentials see things. We see the SERP completely differently. So I love those little vignettes of what people are saying and what they're looking at. And I bet watching 400 videos was amazing. Whoever got to do that, brilliant. So we will move. No, fun times. So let's move on to
if
questions.
you want to volunteer for an internship, Claire, we have a spot.
All right. I will. I'd actually, obviously, with my master's in science, I'll run that for you, Mike. That would be lovely. Thank you very much.
Okay.
What have we got on questions? Oh, okay. We had a few at the end, but anything else that you could give us as a little snapshot, roundup, takeaway, please? Thank you.
Mine would be, you have to understand it by your categories, and you have to understand the relationship between localized organic and local packs, and figure out what people are using and prioritize that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess my takeaway is what I said earlier. The qualitative stuff is huge. I think I sort of over-indexed on the importance of GDP, even though it was the most important thing in medical. Like that sort of squared with my sort of preconceived notions going in. But I do think that there's a huge opportunity with localized organic results. Down to those sort of top 5 or top 6 results that I had underappreciated prior to doing this research.
And I would just quickly say that the user behavior is a lot more complicated than the way that we talk about it. There's a lot more going on than we think with how users think and their activity.
Yeah, for sure. And it's a sample set. So you're just looking at themes within. If you did another 1,000, goodness knows what other themes you'll be adding on in there.
And it's going to vary by vertical to some degree. Yeah.
And what Google's doing with the SERP that day as well. Okay, next question, please. Travis would like to say thank you for your very powerful presentation. What I agree about the customers not reading the reviews, but does that negate the importance of Google reading the review?
I don't think so. I think Google's using review text as one of many signals to rank businesses, and The other thing is, I think, which we didn't include a slide on this, but for the folks who did bother to read reviews, a lot of them actually went straight to the negative reviews, and they were looking to see what the negative reviews were talking about and whether that was a relevant thing for their business, for their decision, and also did the business respond to the review in an empathetic way. And so just an example out of medical, right? Like a lot of the negative reviews were about staff interactions or difficulty in booking or whatever. And people were like, if it's a good doctor, I don't really care. Like, I'd still go.
Or one person even said, gee, but they had a great response, so therefore I'm still going to go with them.
Right. We had less than 10% of responses, but in cases where people were reading reviews, as Mike and David have indicated, people were paying attention to those responses very often.
So definitely don't ignore it. Just know that it's like your star rating and review volume can be disqualifying if they're not at that certain threshold. So.
Yeah, but they're super important for anyone that's on the fence or wants to drill down a little bit more. Yeah. So,
and Google's going to kill all reviews that don't have text.
Oh, okay, cool, great. Okay, let's have another question. Okay, so for legal and medical, where do you recommend we put more focus on? Ranking organically, on local or national SEO?
I think Krystal's answer in the last one is, where's the money? If the money is coming from local, then local. If the money's coming from national, then national. I mean, I think you follow the money, but I think if it's a multi-location firm that has a firm commitment to their local entities, then I have a trouble envisioning somebody that has locations and only cares about national. But
I think this might be David's point about where you put your efforts, where you put your emphasis. I mean, a lot of people try and compete with content against sort of national entities that are going to outrank them every time. David, this is your point.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. To me, it depends entirely on your business model. Are you looking for eyeballs, or are you looking for people to walk in the door? So I think that would largely determine my answer to this question.
So we'll have to put it down to an it depends, but it's like contextual then for you, really, as one would expect.
One thing we did see in medical, even in localized medical, though, was it was very difficult to rank for condition terms in localized search, right? That you could rank for practitioner terms, but you couldn't rank for
You shouldn't be writing a lot of content about diabetes and heart disease if you're a local provider,
right?
Because you're never going to rank that.
Unless it's like heart disease clinics locally, but that's say, exactly. It has to have the local slant.
You have to do the keyword research to understand which SERPs are localized and gear your content strategy around those SERPs.
Brilliant. Have we got time for another one? I think we do. We're diving into review support here.
I did write an article at Near Media on how to fight fake reviews, and I lay out step by step what you need to do.
Okay, fantastic. We've got lots of resources that can point you in the right way for that.
Oh, but I want to send them to mine, Claire.
No, of course. I want them to go. When I say we, I mean us.
It's nearmedia.co/analysis.
Okay, you should go there.
You'll find Mike's. That's where you'll find Mark's article.
Okay, brilliant. I did ask Jenny. Can we ask mine? You showed two different. There's a gap between the percentage of clicks on the top three between legal and medical. And I was just wanting to dive a little bit into searcher intent and why they go elsewhere in those verticals.
So I'm actually not sure that there was that big of a difference. I think, as I was saying, I think the slide overstated. We were showing two slightly different things. So there was a lot of PAC engagement in both categories when the PAC was in the top 2 or 3, for sure. And so that slide on the right with the spike on the first element, it really showed like, hey, if the PAC is number 1, it's going to get a lot of clicks. I think the same thing was true in legal. And we saw a pretty similar click-through rate curve sort of down to the 5th or 6th slot in both categories. So That's the first thing I'd say. The second thing I'd say is that spike in the click and pack on number one probably was driven largely by mobile, which we didn't look at in legal, just as an error,
Mobile and desktop.
just something missing from that methodology in the first.
But that's great because it's iterative, isn't it? It's early days, and then it's like, what works best and how we're going to standardize this across everything that we do. So that was interesting to see that as well. Sorry for misreading the data there, but it was very interesting to see. I think we are at 7 o'clock. So I need to say, well, it's 7 o'clock here for me in Wales, not for you.
Top of the hour.
Top of the hour. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming today and sharing all of that insight. So big thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity. Thanks, Claire. Good to see you.
Thank you. Woo! Wowzers. Okay. There was a lot. That was brilliant. I need to look at that. Okay, we are going to have our break. We're going to have a long break so you can get some food and do all the things that you need to do. Check your notifications. We will be back in an hour's time. So remember to donate to the local SEO for Good fund. And we've got the QR code again. $1, $2, £1, £2, £5. As much as you can. That would be so awesome. Thank you for the great chat in YouTube. It's all going on. So I just want to say a big thank you and see you soon. Hello. We are back. Here we are. Brilliant. I hope you had a good break and that you got something to eat and did all the things that you needed to do. And we are going to crack straight on with the next part of our day. So we have here joining us for Local SEO for Good, a lovely person, Tim Capper. So Tim owns and operates Online Ownership. He is a Google Business Profile product expert with 10 or more experience of in the industry. Tim is also a friend to lost animals, and Tim looks after squirrels and birds. And anyway, I just needed to share that with you. Let's have Tim along now.
You're always bringing up my waifs and strays.
I know, but it's very endearing, and I just live for the squirrel content, as you know. So, Tim, you are going to present a talk, which is how hotels can still thrive in restricted SERPs. And I need to tell our audience that Tim basically is a fountain of knowledge about hotels, but also Tim's experience is industry wide in terms of hospitality. So don't think that this is just for hotels. This is for any destination business. So stay tuned if you're a restaurant marketer, day spas, wedding venues, attractions, or anything like that. It's all super relevant. So without me babbling on any further, I'm going to hand over to Tim. And remember to ask your questions in the chat, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes. Good evening, everyone, or wherever you are, really. Yeah, survive and thrive in a restrictive environment. Just a very quick one, just a brief thing about that. 2000 hotels and restaurants, 2001 Foot and Mouth Lake District, funeral pyres all over the place. Kind of like COVID, except they just shut the entire area down. Maps didn't exist back then. So, you know, the press shutting everything down basically decimated the entire industry, and hence how I local was creating PDF maps for tourist boards, other hotels, everything. Now, Hospitality Action, if you do have a chance to donate, please do. They're literally one of the only charities in the country that deals with hospitality workers, and they bailed me out. Yeah, they really helped me out. Anyway, let's crack on. Right, restrictive environments. So what is that in hotels? If you're not in hotels, or if you are in hotels and just new to hotels, look, it's always been difficult to rank for hotels plus location. Always been. You know, you've got your work cut out for you. But in 2018, Google removed localization from hotels plus location, which means the location bit was kind of scrubbed and all your OTAs appear. Basically, you can't rank for hotels plus locations. And of course, we've all seen the incursion of OTAs into your GBP profiles. They've rolling out something new, which is compare OTAs in the SERP. So look, it's restrictive, whichever way you look at it. So you need to get into a new way of thinking here. Now, the new way of thinking is you need to define your hotel. You need to see what other assets within the property are eligible for profiles. You need to nest your profiles. And I'm going to show you something later on that no one's shown because they're probably keeping it close to their heart. But yeah, this is the first time you're going to see it. Cross-promote your GBPs because, of course, hotels are restricted from displaying offers. Markup located in, which is part of the whole nest thing. And how to shift your thinking. So shift your focus. You need to start focusing on your internals, your accommodation, your F&B, your facilities. And crucially, are you a destination location? You know, because sometimes you may not be. You may be business, so you know it gets just booked out. You there. It's not really a destination location. So, but we'll get to all of this. So, what do I mean by defining property? Right, as I already said, we can't rank for hotels plus location. Yes, we've got the 4-pack, but hey ho, you know, I mean, great stuff. All the rest you can't rank for. You still need to optimize it. But what we need to do now, and what you need to think about, is how do you define it? Are you a resort? Is wellness included? Is there spa, luxury, boutique, beach, eco? So, give you an example. We could be a beach resort, hotel and spa, right? Because people are, people in their research phase don't just do hotels plus. Unless there's a wedding and someone says, right, you've got to be here on this day. People know where they're going now, and then they type hotels plus location. But 9 times out of 10, people research. I mean, think about the last time you decided where we're going to go on holiday. You didn't just go hotels in. You needed to figure out where you were going first. And that's the whole consumer journey. And this is how you need to define. You need to think about that property and what you are. Right. So we want to create and nest eligible assets. So your eligible assets are, do you have a restaurant that's open to the public? GBP, right? Do you have a spa? Do you have a bar? Is it a wedding venue? You know, there's all these sort of things. Do you have a gym that's open, right? So you need to create them and nest these eligible assets. Now, all of these have their own way of you thinking about it. So restaurants, cuisine types, the area, what is it? Is it a beachfront? Is it in a trendy area? Is it in a, is it in a late night? You need to think about that. And then, of course, educate users. Look, restaurateurs are absolutely terrible at absolutely, educating their users. Now, stay and dine offers. Now, the reason I say stay and dine offers is because this is an offer that includes a room rate that you can put in your offers on restaurants. You can't put on your hotel profile. So cross promote. Spas, the specialities, the area, therapies. Are there any therapies specific to the area? Educate the users on your therapies. Packages, right? Stay 2 nights, get a free massage. Boom, cross promote. You can't do that on your hotels. Bars, same again, type, theme, area. Are you the only one doing, mojitos in XYZ area? And events, certainly, if you're doing events, you can cross promote those also. And we move on. You're getting the theme of this now. Venues. There could be wedding venues, boutique stores, bakeries, gyms. There are endless possibilities, but you need to create them and use them to cross promote. Because, like I said, we're restricted with hotels. We need to look at every single possible avenue in this. So the results, and this is from nesting. So here we have a hotel pack, but the first thing you're seeing there, because the query was spa resort in XYZ area, right? We've got the spa appearing in the pack, and then we have the hotel, and then we have another 2. So if I can take 2 out of the 4, one way or another, someone is going to click through at some point, right? We need to start nesting your assets. Right. We may have nested the GBP, but don't forget your structured data. Don't forget your site. So in this, and apologies, I just realized that it's quite small on screen, but at the end, I'll give you a link to the structured data. So essentially, this is the day spa, right? But as you can see where the little arrow is, I am saying where it is, where it resides, where it lives. It's contained in XYZ resort, right? So you're going to be doing that in your GBP, and you're going to be doing that on site with your structured data. Now, you need to shift your focus also when you're thinking about all your internal assets. So accommodation. Now, we've defined our hotel. Can you define that accommodation? So is it a type? Is it suite? Is it a residence? Is it a villa? Is it self-service? What's happening here? Features, which people just lash onto the page without really concentrating too much about it. But, really spend your time on this, and how does that feature work in with anything, how you've defined your hotel? The view, come on. Is it beach? Is it cityscape? Is it mountains? Is it garden? Who's it intended for? Build that into your accommodation pages. Who's that intended for, and can it be used for? Can that villa be used for a garden wedding, for example? You really need to start, because all of these can individually rank organically the queries. So we need to start thinking about this. Your facilities, both on-site and off-site. How does it work for the user, and how does it work within how you've defined that hotel? Don't be scared. Menus and packages, please ditch PDFs, put it on page. How do those facilities benefit the user? Also, if they are open to the public, we need to work those. Location. Now, not all hotels are going to be a destination location, but a lot of the time you can work this. And I love to say you need to be the source of that information to the user when they start researching. They will pick a country, then they will decide on an area in that country or a region. You need to be that source of information to that user who's, starting their purchasing journey, their hotel journey. And look, be the convincer. If you can't convince, your guests, who can you? So look, be that convincer, the brand that convinces a user to come and visit. So look, essentially, when you start putting this, by the way, and the same again, I didn't realize how narrow that is. That was essentially for a wedding, beach wedding resort. Resorts with beach weddings. So we've got, we've got an indented SERP at the top. Then we've got local pack coming down there for wedding venues. And of course, so look, take back the SERP, take back control, start thinking about every single individual asset that is available to you and how it can work. Content ideas. So your ideas here, featured snippets, great. If you're building out that information for being introduced to some kind of therapy, some kind, whatever it may be, were you the first eco wedding venue in XYZ area? Featured snippets, lists, look, people love the lists. TripAdvisor, it's been working them for the last 10, 15 years. Start taking back that SERP. People also ask, big thing, that's a big thing. And there's a lot of resources out there where you can generate or try and at least understand a lot of the question. But you also have guests. If you have a concierge, get him. You need every single question that is asked from your concierge on a daily basis. Compile it, use it, and think big if possible. Eco, are you eco? Are you renewable? What are your efforts in renewable? Are you plastic free? Partnerships. One of our greatest win on a partnership, just an off thing, was in a Thai beach resort which had turtles nested there. So we started selling package about, catch your own turtle. I mean, come on, who doesn't love a turtle? So you really need to start thinking about these kind of things. And just, just think about your partnerships. I think big, just go crazy. Right. So GBP, let's not, this is super important, and I don't want to be the guy that keeps on going about GBP, but let's just go through a checklist that I see with, something that comes to me. So categories, like I said, define. We've done that. Hotel details. It's called hotel details, but those are your attributes that you would have in a normal GBP. You have a ton in there. Go through them with fine-tune code. They are your opening hours, your check-in, your check-out. Do you have Wi-Fi? Do you have aircon? Do you have indoor pools? Do you have outdoor pools? Do you have other on-site services? Is there room service? Look, go through your hotel details, fine-tooth comb, and please check them regularly. They do update. continuously. Your services, depending on how you've defined your hotel. If you select hotel as a primary category, you get 0 predefined services. If you select one of the, like a couple of, they have removed so many types of hotels to only a few, but some do allow predefined. So it's definitely worth checking on those. And if those services that you do provide aren't listed in there, then add them. Photos, my top tip. Keep all your greatest images for your site and your GBP. Give your OTAs all the same bulk standard crap, right? Because remember, we are building our organic out here. We want people to book direct. We don't want to be lashing out 15 to 20%, booking fees. Posts. Please don't try and sneak offers into your hotel. They don't allow it. They do scan for it, and you don't want to lose or get restricted with even, we've been begging for years to the ability to post. Don't get that removed from you. Q&A, get it done. Same again, ask your concierge, find out what the general questions are. You've got your reception. Write a list on a daily basis, hand it in, log it, compile. Assets located in. So that's part of my checklist. The minute you get a new client, right? Oh, look, we've got a restaurant. It's not even located in. And by I mean located in is you go in, suggest an edit, you go, and then it just says you type in the hotel, locate in, and you drop it as located in. Pin drop. Now, we define areas with all the eligible assets within property. So a hotel, you essentially get 4 staff to stand at your 4 corners of the restaurant. They scroll on their map to go, they search the restaurant name, and you've probably seen it in there. It says, are you located in, are you here? Hit a yes. Because the problem being is if you don't define the circumference of that restaurant, that spa, that gym, that, the multiple wedding venues or whatever you may have, it only tends to trigger asking for a review if the person, their mobile phone actually tapped the mobile mast the minute they walked through where that defined pin drop is. Over time, Google will understand where that, the boundaries are. But if this is a new property you've just come across, just get the staff, standing corners, and all of you, boom, just yes, I'm here, yes, I'm here, yes, I'm here. Right, so now we're going to put theory into practice. This opened in April, so 4 months here. This is a wellness hotel in Chiang Mai, brand new. In fact, don't tell anyone, but we're still building rooms and releasing to public, building rooms, releasing. So it is, but anyway, here we go. It opened 4 months ago. So we define this. What is it? It's wellness, boutique, holistic, retreat, spa, and therapies. And yes, damn you, Street View. Street View happened to come along during construction phase. And of course, the Street View app is gone now. So we can't actually stitch in a decent thing in there. So look, it's something we're just going to have to live with for a little bit. Now, here we go. We've, within 4 months, we've run through the things now that I've already been talking about. We've defined it. We have nested our products, right? And this was for a boutique spa hotel in XYZ area. And we have organic now because we're not hotels in. This is boutique spa, right? A hotel. Organic, we own it. The GBP is in there. And hey ho, we have our spa taking up a second spot within the hotel finder. Interestingly, if you click on that, it doesn't open up obviously in Google Travel. That then redirects as it would be to the actual GBP profile in Maps. So the top 3 would go to obviously Google Travel, and then this one will open in that. But come on, guys, hey, we've got to nest this stuff. You've got to take control, and 2 slots out of 4. Hello, happy days. Prioritize and build your content. This is just, I just showed the featured snippets we went after. So in this instance, look, it's a wellness hotel, spa therapies, big time. And we are going to be the introducer to traditional time messages, to the the principles of Vipassana meditation, because they also do that. Look, just go crazy. You become the source of information to a user searching for that in that country. Don't be shy. Have at it. And just keep going. There is hotel schema examples. That's also got rooms into it on how you can, do your rooms and things like that. And if you're not entirely sure about your GBP, then there's obviously things about what you can or cannot update. And I hope I did that in time.
You did? Hello, I'm here. I'm back. You did so much.
Was I?
Excellent on timing, Tim. Look, let's both go like this at the same time. Whoop, 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 whoop. Do you know what, Tim? We've got some questions.
Yeah, let's hit it. Let's do it.
Are you ready for them?
Yeah.
Let's go. Harmony. So when you're talking about the pin drop,
okay.
What?
Okay, so for your pin drop, like obviously when in GBP you have your pin, that's my location, but that typically is at the entrance. And if you're obviously doing hotels, it could be a big thing. You could have so many entrances. What I mean by the pin drop is by defining your area is get your staff to stand at the 4 corners, 5 corners, 6 corners, search in maps for the name of the restaurant or the spa, and in there it'll question you, are you here? And you can click yes. So you're helping to define the circumference of that hotel. So instead of relying on where your pin is, which may not even be at the restaurant, if you are 2,000 miles away doing SEO for them, you may not even trigger these automatic things coming from maps. So you want to be able to define that Google knows when someone is in that restaurant and they're sitting wherever they may be, how long they've been there, and where they are.
Brilliant. Love it. So it's that
I am here.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of because I think we forget to answer all the questions that Google poses in terms of all these little things that we can actually do to help shape Google's understanding of our entity. We need to be a bit more proactive in answering questions.
And if you are a skyscraper hotel, it can get really confusing for Google and where you are. Obviously, if you're spread out, it's a bit easier. But if you're in one singular skyscraper building, it can be tricky. So define them.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. And Mark, there are no dumb questions. This is an excellent question. But hospitality SEO is something I have almost no familiarity with. The things that you're talking about, is that going to work for sort of cheaper or, less luxury?
Yeah, because what are you? Look, your cost price, you're family friendly. There are so many, what is that consumer booking for you? And you can build that in, I mean, just on the top of my head, I don't know, this could be a cost price motel near the, what's that very small little canyon they have in America, that Grand Canyon thing. Yeah. Because we have a bigger one in Africa. Just saying. But yeah, so it's a cheap motel because people, they still want to get out. So, build your stuff around that. Look, you already know they're on a budget. So build your content around that. Days out, things to do. You can build so much out of that. And yes, it will work for anything. Anything that is a destination location.
Perfect. So it's good marketing, isn't it? It's knowing whose needs you're meeting and then just building it all out around that in terms of, what are your USPs?
Yeah, because the days of just querying a hotel are over. You cannot find an actual hotel if you query it. No. It's OTA.
Yeah.
So if you want to win in organic bookings, you need to provide that information.
Yeah, low cost, family friendly, near, blah, 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 blah. Excellent.
Sure.
Brilliant. Thank you, Mark. That was a good question. Brilliant. And Simon asks, what if the hotel has no facilities or features that differentiate it at all? Can you get traffic?
Come on, Simon. Come on, man. Look, yes, look, it's got to be there for some reason. Okay. The other flip side of that is you could do what the only hotel brand in the UK has ever done, is ditched every single OTA, and we know who they are because you can only book direct with them. When they did that, their profit margins went up by 74%. So ditch the OTAs in that case. And spend a couple of million on advertising.
Yeah. Simon, you've got that. You can sort that out. Have we got, let's see, what's our next question? Okay. Are you building this information into the website, Google Business Profile, or into
your content is going to be on your content will be on your site, but mark it up with which are you're relating to. So what we tend to do is we create sort of categorical things on the site, and that will be spa, restaurant, whether it be weddings, and on each of those you embed your NAP for that particular entity, and that will be marked up with structured data for that entity, again located in.
Yes, brilliant, thank you very much. Okay, yeah, I love this. What is the one thing that you always see hotels and hospitality businesses getting wrong in local search?
Oh my lordy, they think they're just a hotel. That is the biggest thing, you know. They just think they're a hotel, and they think people will search for a hotel and find them, and that's just never going to happen. They also look. I'm going to say one thing that they seem to be very nervous about on the buy-in is they seem very nervous about creating the resources like that. Well, tell people what your wedding packages are. You know, let's tell them about the traditional Thai wedding, the Western ceremony, the blessing thing. Just tell them about it. You know, they're literally not going to phone you up or email you to ask about your packages. If you are not telling them about it, I don't know. Sometimes I don't get it. I just...
I can see Tim despairing sometimes, pulling his hair out. I've got one question for me as well, if I may.
Yeah.
I think looking in the chat and thinking about if you don't work in hospitality, in terms of you don't work especially in hotels, tourism, what I mean is the lodging category.
Yeah.
People sometimes don't understand your pain, like you, as you know, what is the pain point? What are they missing out on in terms of the SERP opportunity? Why is life so awful for those businesses in the world of Google?
What they're missing out on. The biggest pain point is 15 to 20% commission paid for a booking. It's the largest employer in pretty much every country, and people demand this, demand that, and you literally chuck in what little profit you make in to an OTA. That is the biggest pain point. If they don't have an SEO or a marketer that understands kind of what you need to provide to win in other SERPs and actually take and interact the purchaser during their journey. They also have this weird misunderstanding, even though they're in the industry and everybody's booked a holiday at some point in their lives, they don't seem to understand. They just seem to think, oh, well, they're going to search for hotels in location, so I'm just going to have to pay the commissions. And it's like, no, you can win. You can certainly win in organic. You do not need to rely on OTAs anymore.
Yeah. What and why do you think that, because the hotel and the hotel interface and the way that Google pushes that information out and the way that it's monetized in terms of ads, why is that so specific to lodging? Why has that grown up that way?
Well, I think their last revenue was 12 billion last quarter on hotels. It's 12 billion reasons why.
Okay.
And that's grown, and it's constantly growing because of, you know, and they've just added in self-catering, you know, holiday lets. So on, but this is the interesting bit. It's not allowed on GBP, right? But you can create it via hotel ads.
Yeah. So they just get pushed in. Oh, it's a slippery old area, isn't it?
It is. It's very, very money orientated.
Yeah.
Big time.
So I love the way that then you have put together this package for, okay, you know, you play like this or you fight back by doing these things, basically. So
yeah, definitely.
Thank you very much. We're going to go into our quiz now, but I wanted to say a huge thank you for coming in today and sharing all your wisdom with us. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Thank you.
We'll see you again soon.
Ciao, ciao.
Thanks. Thank you. Tim. Thank you, Tim. So it is the time for the very special local SEO quiz. Now, I am very excited to introduce you all to Jamie, who many of you, I'm sure, will already know, Bright Local's head of content. And Jamie is going to host our very special local SEO quiz.
Hello, I'm working the buttons, so it's weird to bring me on.
I like your shirt. So what we're going to do is we're going to test our local search knowledge. We're going to have some fun, and we're going to see who's going to win. Not me. So, Jamie, let you get on with the quiz. Good luck.
Great stuff. Thank you. Well, let's get cracking. So thanks ever so much for joining us for the quiz. Yeah, as Claire said, it's just a bit of fun. We've got 15 questions, 5 around Google, 5 around all things local SEO, and 5 a bit more general. So yeah, what we're going to do is run through those questions, show you the answers after each one, see how you got on. And the fun bit is, like, we're not going to necessarily have a prize because this, you know, is all for charity, but we will be showing a leaderboard at the end. So if you are feeling competitive and want to see your name up in lights in front of everyone, then please do join us and give us your best answers. So first things first, just get your mobile phone out, get the QR up, and yeah, join us on slido.com. Use the code LSEO4G, and yeah, you should be able to join us and play along at home. As I've always wanted to say that, so that's a dream come true. Right, so let's see who's here. Whee! We've got loads of people. We've got Claire Square, Kelly Travis, Susan, Izzy, Lauren, Troy, Miles, DJ Brown, Grace, Wendy Moon, Campbell, Leanne, Luan Weller. Apologies if I'm getting some of these pronunciations incorrect. MB, Curry, Kurt, Anissa, Susan again. Abby, capital letters. It's fantastic to see so many of you here. Obviously, this is just a selection. Obviously, you see names replaced all the time. So, yeah, I think I'll give a little longer for everyone to join, and then we'll crack on with the first question. So I'll see at which point people sort of start to tail off. But no, people still coming in. So I'll keep saying names. We've got Troy, Petia or Pisha, Jen Harmon, Steve, MB again. Key, Susan again, SEO team, great name. PB and Abby, I keep coming back to your name because it's in caps. And Jamie, what are you doing here? I'm here. This is crazy. So I think that's you've all had plenty of time to join. So I think let's kick things off. So I can actually see a trickle more people coming in. So I'm going to leave it a little longer. It would be a shame for some of you to not get the opportunity to play the full quiz. So let's carry on with the names. Dean Berg. I'm not going to say that one. I will get it completely wrong. Heath, Kim, David H, Abby again. I'm going to keep going until the number of attendees to this quiz stops getting bigger. Jackson, don't know if that's the place or the name. Thanks for joining us. I think that's it. I think we're good to crack on. So And there we go, some more people, just like that. Callum, is that Callum in at Bright Local in the next room, working late? Should you be working on the finances, Callum? Unbelievable. And if it's not, Callum, I apologize. Let's see if we can get this to 100. Kendria, Shane, Eba, Tyler, Local Joe. That's it. You know, that's an optimized name right there. That's what the rest of you should be doing. How are you going to get found on local search if you haven't got local in there? I know we shouldn't be putting keywords in our business names. Willie Evans, Lauren again, Jules, lovely spelling, Zeke, Christopher, Gagandeep Bimb, LJ, Sarah. Well, apologies to everyone who got here early. You are having to just listen to me list out lots of names. It looks like it might slow down. Who knows? Maybe everyone just really likes hearing me say their names, and this is going to be it for the next 30 minutes. I think we slowed down a bit, so I'm going to crack on. Okay, so number one question, just to remind you, what we're going to be doing is reading out the question. I'll read it out a couple of times, and then I'll give you an opportunity to answer the question, and then we'll see how the results look and move on to the next one. So question number one, what's the name of the research project that Google grew out of? Is it background, backrub, backfind, or backhand? What's the name of the research project that Google grew out of? Is it background, backrub, backfind, or backhand? Going to give you a few more seconds to fill in your answers. This wonderful machine actually lets me know how many people have completed the question, so that's fantastic. So I'll wait until at least most people have had a chance to fill that in. It's trickling up. Here we go. The fun thing for me is I have no idea how easy or hard these questions are. It's going to be really interesting to see how well versed you all are in the world of Google. Okay, so I think answers are still coming in, and I don't want to spoil anything, but let's look at what we've got so far. So coming in first is backrub, then we've got backfind, background, a third, and no, barely anyone thinks it's backhand. And most of you are correct. It is backrub. From what I understand, it was because of the way that Google treated preferred websites which linked to, not necessarily to each other, but developed links, and that was a sort of backrub part of it. Okay, we're going to move on to question 2 now. Which of the following is not a former name of Google Business Profile? Is it Google My Business? Is it Google Plus Local? Is it Google Places Wizard or Google Local Business Center? That question again. Which of the following is not a former name of Google Business Profile? Is it Google My Business, Google Plus Local, Google Places Wizard, or Google Local Business Center? Again, I'll wait until most people have answered. I think it's fine to skip through to the next bit to see how we're getting on. In fact, I shouldn't let you have too long because you're all on your computers and the internet is right there. And we all know how quick a Google search is. So we will, give it just a few more moments before I crack on to the how to see how you've responded. Yeah, let's go. So most of you said Google Places Wizard. Handfuls of Google Local Business Center, a little bit Google Plus Local, and even a small percent thought it was Google My Business. Well, yeah, no surprises. Most of you got it right. Google Places Wizard was not a former name of Google Business Profile, even though everything was a wizard for a very long time there. Thankfully, not so much these days. So moving on to the next question. Question 3. The word Google is a play on the word Google, a number consisting of a 1 followed by how many zeros? Is it 50, 100, 500, or 1000? That's the word Google is a play on the word Google, a number consisting of a 1 followed by how many zeros? 50, 100, 500, and 1000. And again, it would take seconds to Google this. No irony, no pun intended. So I'm going to move on fairly quickly to see the answers. I will also just quickly add that for some reason, in my big book of facts that I loved as a kid, this was my favorite fact. I bored everyone at school about it. I, in fact, once wrote it out and just carried around it and go, look, this is a Google, isn't that massive? Little did I know I'd be saying the word for the rest of my life and predominantly in my career. So moving on. Yeah, interesting. Oh, we have a pretty even split, the leaders being 100 and 1,000. So drum roll, please. It is, actually, should we just see if anyone else comes in? Just a tip, either 100 or 1,000. Anyone? No, we're going to go with the neck and neck. It was 100. I actually gave the game away realistically because even a crazy kid like me is not going to write 1,000 zeros on a piece of paper. So anyway, moving on to the next question. Which of the following is not the name of a discontinued Google product? We all know that Google likes to send things to the Google graveyard. So which of these managed to A, not exist, and B, not actually make it to the Google graveyard? Is it Grader? Is it Null? Is it Picnic? Or is it Aardvark? That question again, which of the following is not the name of a discontinued Google product? Is it Grader, Null, Picnic, or Aardvark? I think this one's stumping a few more people, seeing the questions, seeing the answers, sorry, coming in a little slower than the rest, but I think we're in a good position to move on to see what the most popular answers are. Yeah, let's go for it now. So Null is the leader there. Sounds crazy, doesn't it? With Grader in second, then Aardvark and Picnic. So poor old Null clearly didn't make a dent in the public's consciousness. No wonder it went to the Google graveyard. But no, Grader, not a Google product, completely made it up, although I'm 100% sure it exists somewhere else, but it was not a Google product. Mind you, they've had hundreds of acquisitions and such, so it wouldn't actually surprise me if I'm not right there, but let's see. Okay, next question, the last question in the round, all Google all the time. This is, in which year was Google officially recognized as a verb by both Oxford and Merriam-Webster dictionaries? Is it 2012, 2014, 2016, or 2018? That's, in which year was Google officially recognized as a verb by both Oxford and Merriam-Webster dictionaries? 2012, 2014, 2016, or 2018? So I'll take a sip while I wait for a few more people to have a think about that one. Okay, I think I'm gonna press on now. So most people think by a significant margin is 2012, followed by 2014 and 2016. So we're all pretty convinced that it was early on that Google was obviously not straight out of the gates, but not far from the gates, in a position to become a verb. And in actual fact, it was 2016. So what were we doing for 4 years? Things that weren't in the dictionary. I know, mad. So yeah, thanks for all your answers there. Already happy that this isn't turning into a quiz where everyone gets every question right. So I appreciate all those of you who are getting things wrong. Thank you. Right, next round is called Seeing Stars, because this one is all about reviews. As we've heard multiple times throughout the conference, incredibly important to local businesses and local SEO. So the first question in this round is, which of the following platforms explicitly states in its guidelines that you must not ask for or solicit reviews? Is it Google, Facebook, TripAdvisor, or Yelp? Which of the following platforms explicitly states in its guidelines that you must not ask for or solicit reviews? Google, Facebook, TripAdvisor, or Yelp? Yes, now we're actually testing your job knowledge. How well do you know the job you do? Obviously, no judgment if you're getting this wrong, but fingers crossed most people will understand this one. Hopefully not because you've actually fallen foul of it yourself and seen a local business get slammed for asking for reviews. Right, let's go on to the next slide so we can see how you have answered. And yes, It's Yelp leading, Google second, Facebook, TripAdvisor third, and Facebook fourth. Not surprising that quite a few people have said Google, and you'll have to forgive me if in its most recent guideline shakeup, which there have been a lot of lately in Google Business Profile, that there was some inclusion of this. We haven't spotted it, and as far as I'm still aware, Yelp is the only one of these platforms that still explicitly states that you must not ask for solicit reviews. My colleague Jenny will tell me if there's anyone in the chat fiercely disputing this, putting my life on the line on that one. Okay, next question. According to Bright Local Research, which US state has the highest rated McDonald's on Google? Is it Texas, New York State, Pennsylvania, or California? According to Bright Local Research, which US state has the highest rated McDonald's on Google? Texas, New York, Pennsylvania, or California? Oof, this has got people stumped. This is a real thinker. We'll give you a few more moments to collect your thoughts, or indeed remember some of the wonderful Happy Meals you've had across the states, and compare the quality of their toys and whatnot. Okay, I think we've got enough people having answered to move on. So interesting spread. So yeah, answers still coming in. Obviously, just because one of them has got the highest percentage, that doesn't necessarily mean it's correct. So you're welcome to keep your answers coming in if you want to stick up for either New York or California. And if you were to, you would be correct, because it's actually California. California has the highest rated McDonald's on Google. Forgive me, I do not have the name of that McDonald's here, but it's a good pitch to go and read the Big Brand Showdown that we released earlier this year. Next question in Seeing Stars. Which of the following is a popular Instagram account sharing negative food service reviews? Is it Takeaway Trauma, Nightmares to Go, Delivery Disasters, or Food Fury? It's just occurred to me that I didn't actually check that the ones I made up don't exist. So, yep, that might come back on me. I could add at the end, which one was I thinking of when I wrote this question? That's not really fair. So anyway, let's see how we get on. So a few answers coming in, give you a bit longer. And if they don't exist, maybe they should. You know, maybe this is your next endeavor, or maybe you'll be following the footsteps of Dayana and Jason this morning and creating a viral TikTok account with negative food reviews. Right, I think let's go on to see how everyone's answering. Oh, this is split. Okay, Food Fury taking the lead so far, with Takeaway Trauma coming in second, Delivery Disasters in third, and Nightmares to Go in fourth. Also realizing now that I missed a calling as a horse racing commentator. In actual fact, it is Takeaway Trauma. So well done. And like I say, I don't know if the others exist. I just made them up. But if they do, good on them. And if they don't, go make it. It's a lucrative area because people are always sharing negative food service reviews. Right, next question. According to SOCI, apologies, I never know how to pronounce that, research in 2021, what percentage of Google business reviews were written by local guides? Was it, obviously at the time, 62%, 42%, 52%, or 72%? According to SOCI research in 2021, what percentage of Google business reviews were written by local guides? 62%, 42%, 52%, or 72%? Okay, about half of people answered. So let's see that number tick up a little. Okay, I think we're ready to see how people have answered. Okay, so 62% taking the lead so far, 52% and 42%. Not too close behind, but close together. Let's see what the correct answer is. It was 62%, so well done, most of you. Moving on to the last question in our round, Seeing Stars. Bit of a fun one. This is interesting because I can't actually read the fourth item. So my colleague Jenny, can you tell me what the fourth one of the A to D is? So the question is, what did the owner of Richmond California's Botto Bistro do in 2014 to raise awareness of Yelp's pay-to-play review algorithm? I don't know if you've got it on your phone there at all. I'll read it there. Thank you. Okay, so they are, and you should see these on your phones. So apologies that I can't read out the fourth one from the screen. But yeah, if you're playing, you should be able to see these. He offered a discount for customers who promised not to leave a review. He bought Yelp ads for a competitor's business. He offered a discount for customers leaving a 1-star review for his business, or he offered a discount to customers leaving a 5-star review for a competitor. Run out of breath reading those answers out, so I won't read those out again. We'll go on to just let a few more people have a think about that, and then we'll take a look and see how people have answered. This was a story I wasn't personally aware of. It was fascinating. Did some research, and yeah, thought it very interesting. Okay, so this is how we've answered so far. Cool. Again, I can scroll down. And good timing, because I've just been handed a note that says you might be able to scroll down. For the record, I did try that at the time. I'm not a complete kook. I did try it. I swear it wasn't working, but here we go. This is how people have answered. My fault for writing a complicated and long question. So we've got, he offered a discount for customers who promised not to leave a review at 29%. He bought Yelp ads for a competitor's business at 15%. He offered a discount for customers leaving a 1-star review for his business, 36%. And finally, he offered a discount to customers leaving a 5-star review for a competitor at 19%. So most people think it was offering a discount for customers leaving a 1-star review for his business. And you would be right. Yes, that is exactly what happened. Absolutely crazy. But I think knowing what we know about Yelp and how how difficult they can be to work with and to work inside their rules and restrictions, I can sort of understand losing your mind a bit, doing something a bit crazy, and also getting a bit of good PR in the process. So final round is keeping it local. We're keeping it purely local search. Nothing googly, nothing broader reviews. This is all local search stuff. And the first question is, according to Ahrefs, which of the following currently has the highest keyword difficulty score in the USA? Is it locksmith, dentist, plumber, or car dealership? And although I wrote these questions this week, I did actually check this just before we went live today. So I'm pretty confident that everyone should have the same results if they were to check themselves. So let's see what people are thinking, and let's not give them a chance to quickly log in and find out for themselves. Obviously, other rank tracking platforms are available, just using Ahrefs for convenience. So we'll see how people are voting. Right, so far, Plumber's taking the lead. Again, with the horse racing, can't help it. Plumber's taking the lead, then locksmith a second, dentist and car dealership trailing. Well, that is absolutely fascinating, because it's actually car dealership, only a few points higher than dentist. Car dealership was at 92 keyword difficulty, and dentist was at 87. And the other two were more around the 60, 70 mark, which is very interesting. So moving on to the next question. Which of these is not in the trifecta of local search visibility? Not an official term, just I always wanted to use the word trifecta when talking about three of something. Is it relevance, popularity, prominence, or proximity? This is one where you might have to hand your local search badge in if you don't get this right. Relevance, popularity, prominence, or proximity. So let's see how people are answering in just a moment, whilst I give everyone the opportunity to answer. Oh, it's starting more people than I thought. Having a think. I think once we hit around 2/3 of people answering, we'll move on to see how people are answering. Okay. Correct. Well done. It is popularity. It's a confusing one because prominence is somewhat popularity in other things, but popular in terms of what is considered the three terms for the three real things, the things that are most important around local search visibility is relevance, prominence, and proximity. So popularity on its own is not. So yes, sorry, spoiled that a bit. Should have moved on to let you know you were right. Well done, everyone. I can scroll again. So according to Whitespark's 2023 Local Search Ranking Factors Survey, which are the three most important factor groups for ranking in the local pack or finder? GBP signals, obviously Google Business Profile signals, on-page signals, link signals. Is it GPP signals, review signals, and link signals? GBP signals, on-page signals, and review signals, or GBP signals, review signals, and behavioral signals. I cannot say the word signals, I literally couldn't. I cannot say the word signals again. So I will not be reading those out again, but I will wait for people to take a moment to answer those. Just like to take this opportunity to say a huge thank you to everyone who's joined us for Local SEO for Good, for donating, for joining, for telling your friends, for sharing the good word, for and a huge thank you to all the attendees, and a huge thank you to the speakers. And yeah, we're really excited to be able to keep raising money for those chosen charities. So thank you ever so much for sticking around, and yeah, let's find out what the answer is. So far it's taken the lead. We have GBP signals, on-page signals, and review signals, but it's so close with GBP signals, review signals, and link signals that I might just wait just a couple of seconds to see if anyone wants to pit one over the Okay, now let's move on. You were right. Ever so slightly, most of you were correct. It is GBP signals, on-page signals, and review signals. Wonder what will happen next year to see how that changes. So yeah, let's look out for that. Okay. Our penultimate question of the half hour is, which of the following is not the name of a business listing site? Is it Hot Frog, Sales Spider, Brown Book, or Black Book? That's Hot Frog, Sales Spider, Brown Book, or Black Book. So we have colours and animals and all other various types of things making up business listing sites. Having worked at Bright Local for quite some time and working with citations for quite some time, I've seen and read some absolutely crazy ones. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what people think. Okay. I think it's a good time to move on to see how people are voting. Right, so Black Book's taking the lead there, with Sales Spider a close second, not a close second, but a reasonable second, and then Brown Book and Hot Frog. Well, you are mostly right. It is indeed Black Book. And yeah, Sales Spider, honestly don't know what their branding team were thinking there. I honestly don't know. I don't know. Yeah. I can understand why you didn't think that was real. Anyway, we're moving on to our final question of the quiz, and that is, what does NMX stand for? Is it New Merchant Experience? Is it Not My Xylophone? Is it Nautical Mileage Extravaganza? Or is it New Musical Express? Those answers again: New Merchant Experience, Not My Xylophone, Nautical Mileage Extravaganza, or New Musical Express. I definitely know what I'm going to name my next 3 racing horses. So yeah, obviously let's find out who is being a bit of a joker in the quiz today. Hey, whoever put Not My Xylophone, good on you. You like a bit of fun. It was, of course, New Merchant Experience. It would have been fascinating to see what happened if they did try and name it NME. Also, I'm interested to at which point it just becomes the Merchant Experience. Can't stay new forever, right? So yeah, we'll see. All right, well, thank you ever so much. Obviously there, revealing the answer before I had, but I think you all knew what it was. And let's, drum roll, please. No literal drum roll. Let's see who the winner is. Dean Berg with 13 out of 15 questions correct, at a total of 8 minutes 55 to answer. But having those, taking a little extra time to have a think is sometimes good for you. Jenny, whoever you are, well done. You're in second. Willie Evans in third. Actually, no, it's a draw. It's a draw between Jenny and Willie Evans. Let's discount Jenny because I believe she's sitting right opposite me. Willie Evans, thank you and well done for coming second. Heath and Tyler joint. God, what would that be now? Third or fourth? But that's the top. That's the top sort of 5 people. And yeah, interestingly, question 5 was actually the toughest because only 17% of people, I think, got that. Anyway, I think that will wrap it up for us today. Thanks ever so much for joining and taking part. That was a hell of a lot of fun, and I hope you enjoyed it. So yeah, I will finish there. Thank you. And I will, because I'm in charge of the buttons, I'll come back. Hey, Claire, you're on mute, probably for the best. Shall I unmute you?
No, I'm here. I'm here. That was brilliant. Jamie, can we just do that for the rest of?
No, because we're bring Joy Hawkins on, and we've got to bring the wonderful
all right,
Ben Fisher and Krystal Taing on for the rest of the day. So.
All right, okay. But that was
back
awesome.
to serious.
That was very funny. Thank you. It was brilliant. Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Are you going
Cheers,
now?
everyone.
Press the button.
Press the button.
Bye. Oh dear. Didn't we do well, or didn't we not do well in my case? Thank you, Jamie. That was a lot of fun. So we're going to have our final short break now. So let's show the final episode from Becky and Harry. This time they are in need of repairs in terms of an alterations company. So what could possibly go wrong? We'll see you soon.
Harry, I think a zip's broken.
I need a zip fix.
Harry, I think your zip's broken.
I need a zip fixer fast. Quick, let's Google for a fast zip near me. Let's. What could possibly go wrong?
Hey, hello. Welcome back. Oh, we have got 2 more incredible sessions left for you. But first, a quick word from our sponsor, Wix Studio. So Wix Studio is a flexible end-to-end web creation platform built exclusively for agencies and for freelancers to deliver exceptional creations in a hyper-efficient way. So with cutting-edge SEO tech, next-gen design capabilities, custom dev opportunities, and multi-project workspaces, agencies and freelancers can deliver their best creations in a way that makes business sense. And you can learn more at wix.com/studio. So thank you, Wix. And now it is time for a very special person who is our next speaker. So Joy Hawkins, many of you will know, is the owner and founder of Sterling Sky, Local U, and the Local Search Forum. And she is a Google Business Profile product expert and a prolific industry speaker. So we're going to say hello to Joy.
Hi.
There she is. How are you?
Good. It must be so late there.
I got my bed underneath the desk here. I'm just having naps. It's fine.
Well, you
Joy,
look great.
No. Did you get Did you do the quiz, Joy?
You know what? No, I joined like halfway through, so I didn't know how to do it.
Okay, we'll have to send that over. I got them all wrong. It was quite hilarious. Joy, you are going to talk us through 7 ways the local algorithm differs from organic. So I'm going to go and I'm going to remind everybody else that they need to please ask their questions in the chat because we will have time for Q&A at the end of your presentation. So looking forward to hearing from you.
Awesome. Bye, Claire, for now. All right. So some of you may know I am the proud mother to 3 little kids, and I often like to view these 2 algorithms, the local and organic algorithm, kind of like my daughters here in this picture. So often people, when they view these algorithms, they think they get along, by ranking for one, you should automatically be optimizing for the other. But what I've actually seen is real and true is that the local algorithm is often like the younger sibling in this equation. She's younger, often gets underestimated, and definitely has a mind of her own. Now, just to be clear on what I'm talking about here, when I say local algorithm versus organic, local would be everything that's at the top in blue here, which we sometimes call local pack, 3-pack, Google Maps, whatever. It's all the same thing. And then organic is the traditional organic results on Google. And in the past, you used to see kind of studies that would say a lot of these overlapped. If you ranked in one, you ranked in the others. But we've seen over the course of the last few years, more of a split in that and more of a shift so that they don't really overlap as much as they used to. So there was actually a study done by Moz, and they found that only 8% of the local pack results had a website down below that matched it. So that's not very much. And out of that 8%, only 12% of that had an organic rank that was in the top 20. So even more different. So I'm going to go through some of the reasons why these are different. It felt right only to start with proximity. This is a huge factor in the local algorithm. And if you're unfamiliar with the term, it basically is a nice fancy way of saying like where you are searching on Google, that is factored in to what businesses Google shows you. So, you type in plumber near me and you want to know where Google thinks you're located, just look for that little blue dot. That is the best way to see where they think you're located. And they are basing all of the ranking of the search results on that blue dot. Now, according to Whitespark's local pack or local search ranking factors study, this was the number 3 thing on the list for what impacted local pack rankings. It's a really big deal when it comes to local pack rankings. And at a minimum, you should be looking at search results from a zip code level, not a city level. Even then, when you're looking at a zip code level, it's hard to see what's accurate, and I'll kind of explain why. There was this study done by Juris Digital that did a kind of study looking at 138 different zip codes for 82 different law firms, and that's like how much it was spread out over a single city. So zip codes are, the most granular way that you can do rank tracking with a lot of tools. That being said, some tools also allow you to do grid tracking, where you can actually track based on points. And obviously Bright Local offers this as well. This is a better way of looking at local rankings, because even inside a single zip code, this zip code here is highlighted with the blue box. You'll see here, like there's a 2, there's an 8, there's a 5. Like these are very different results. So if you're trying to figure out like what position the business actually ranks in, sometimes doing it at the zip code level is not enough. When you move even half a mile away, you can literally get an entirely different set of results. Now, I use dentists as examples because they're a really good example of one that's like super fluctuating when it comes to proximity, because there's so many dentists. Like you go and there's a new dentist on every corner. So proximity comes into play a lot more with dentists than it would be for lawyers, for example, where there just isn't as many of them. We'll also see this for restaurants as well. Now, when we flip over to the organic search results, proximity matters still a bit, but nothing like it does for the local pack ranking. So number 47 is where it came on the list, like very different than number 3. And so we decided to repeat that study that was done by Juris Digital, and we looked strictly at organic results this time. And we found that there was only a few different kind of results across the entire Toronto area. We looked at 72 different postal codes, and you'll see that the majority of the same businesses kind of ranked throughout the entire Toronto area did not vary as much as the local pack results. Here's another way of illustrating it. This is a single business, and this is their local ranking versus their organic ranking for the same keyword. Their organic ranking obviously has a much wider spread. They rank in a lot more areas versus their local ranking is a lot more close to where their actual office is located. So it's not a shock for this business that 90% of their traffic for this particular keyword is from organic. However, that's not always the case. This is another example that just gives you like a breakdown for a few different industries that we analyzed. Some industries get a lot of leads from the Google Business Profile section, and a lot of businesses get tons of leads from organic, and it's not always the same. So it's really important to know where your traffic's coming from, because it's simple to just assume that the local pack rankings are everything, when in reality, a lot of times they're not. Now, one way to do this, I know Claire talks about this all the time, is use your TM codes on your Google Business Profile. If you're not sure what I'm talking about there, it's like a really simple tracking code you can put on there to separate these two inside Google Analytics or Search Console. And if you're not sure how to do that, there's like a link there to an article I wrote. I think Claire also wrote an article. Second thing I want to talk about is rank tracking. So like I've already kind of touched on this a bit, like it's very difficult to track ranking for a local business, but it's actually about to get worse. So this tweet that I saw a while ago was really fascinating. He actually looked at what hourly rank tracking looked like and found that essentially everything lower than the first page was like really choppy, like all over the place, tons of ups and downs for every scan they did every hour. What we found in local is anything below position 5 is choppy. Now, what we kind of see is stuff like this. Like it's crazy how much it can fluctuate. So these are screenshots I actually took from Bright Local, and like you can see like businesses like going around like crazy, lots of movement up and down. And again, this is just like kind of day-to-day, week-to-week. It's not really that much time elapsed between it. This is a week between each one for a criminal defense lawyer. This is one for a personal injury lawyer. This is one for a landscaping query. And honestly, like local rankings are about as stable as my son's mood swings. So my pro tip to people that are marketers watching this is do not send ranking reports to clients. We love them. We use them internally. We use 4 different tools. Like I use them to analyze things, but at the end of the day, sending them to clients is something we don't do because it is just a lot to explain and it doesn't actually give you the full picture of what's going into SEO. Instead, what we like to do is we like to track actual leads. So, if you want an actual metric to track, calls would be a great one. And this article here just talks about how to use call tracking in your Google Business Profile. If you're not doing that already, I highly, highly recommend it. Next up, I wanted to talk briefly about the GBP landing page, which is a little fancy term we made up to refer to basically the website or the specific page on your website that you link your Google Business Profile to. That's all it is. So for example, a lot of businesses, you think you'd want to list the homepage. Because in this case, this is a business in Houston and all of their locations are on their site, but like their homepage was optimized for Houston because it was their first office. But what if you open another location? So in this case, a Dallas location, and then you create a location page for that. Obviously, you'd want to link to the Dallas location, you'd think, but it depends, because in one hand, the Dallas location has more relevance. It's got the content, the citations, the meta tags, all that stuff. But the homepage has been around a lot longer, it has more prominence, has more authority, has all the links pointing to it. So it kind of made me wonder, like, you know, kind of like my kids with their dance-offs, like, which one is the stronger factor and which one is going to actually make this profile rank higher? So we switched the Dallas listing for this particular business to the homepage from the Dallas page, and we actually saw an increase in the amount of activity that they got. So this is the discovery searches that are on their GMB listing. I'm going to keep saying GMB because it's in my head, but this went up when we actually changed it to their homepage. Now, we tried this again for a different market, changed the homepage, and it was similar. So the winner for this particular one was prominence, but I have to tell you, we don't see this exact same result with every single business. So this is where you really want to test. Make sure you have proper tracking enabled so you know which ones are winning. But it's always a good idea to test like a location page versus the homepage, or possibly some other page on your website. Depends on what ranks organically and what you're trying to increase ranking for. Next would be reviews. Reviews are a big deal with local pack rankings. They account for about 16% of how Google ranks a business. That's kind of an arbitrary number, but it's made on the same ranking survey that I mentioned earlier that Whitespark does. And essentially, there is this concept inside reviews called review gating. If you're unfamiliar with this, don't do it. It's against Google's guidelines. But it's this concept of basically pre-screening customers, asking them if they're happy, and if they are, great, leave us a Google review. If they're not, send them somewhere else. Now, this is something that Google has explicitly called out. They don't do that with all their guidelines. And there was a dentist there, or I think it was a dentist or an orthodontist that was doing this, and they actually lost the majority of their reviews because they were review gating. So they lost over 700. They went from 738 to 12. And so, you know, I should probably mention this. Don't use a tool that's doing this, because this one was a particular tool that they were using. You don't want to be in this scenario. But what was really interesting was that I wanted to see how this impacted their rankings. And I was a little surprised over the months following that they didn't drop. Like, I was like, what's going on here? Like, they just lost a massive amount of reviews. We know that adding reviews impacts ranking because we've tested that, but we didn't see a drop. And this really didn't make any sense initially, but over time you'll see that they did start to drop in June. And I think the explanation for this is because their click-through rate likely dropped. Like, if you go from having 700 reviews to 12 and you're competing with lots of other businesses that have hundreds, it makes perfect sense that you would get less calls. But it didn't explain why it didn't drop originally until someone that worked for Google explained to me that reviews that are removed for policy violations aren't actually removed. They're not deleted. They're just hidden from public view. So this kind of blew my mind, because I'm thinking like, oh, all the impact that they had to ranking would still be there because they're still there on the back end, which is just messed up when you think about the concept of buying reviews and how it's so wrong. And all these people that are buying reviews are still gaining benefits from it. It's really, really messed up. I also wanted to know, though, how it worked with negative reviews. Like, we had this client that came to us that had a pretty bad average rating. And it's because they were actually mentioned in this article that came out and got quite a bit of press coverage that was blasting him for something he said. It had nothing to do with his business. But then, you know, people, as they like to go on and punish people online, they just decided to leave him a bunch of negative reviews, even though they'd never actually used his business. So this is against Google's guidelines. Like, Google has guidelines saying you're supposed to be a customer of the business, not just like some, you know, person that's annoyed about something they did. So we were able to get those reviews removed, and like basically their average rating went from 3.6 to 4.5. And I was like so excited. I mean, honestly, the client was really excited. Everyone was happy. I looked to see, like, you know, okay, their calls have got to have gone up, like, and it just didn't. And I was like, what? Like, this should have an impact. So I started digging as to like what the heck is going on, and started to see this. So a screenshot from Bright Local shows them all of a sudden they're ranking, then not ranking, then ranking, then not ranking. And like, what the hell is going on here? It kind of left me feeling like my daughter here when she didn't feel great about her Cheerios. And it's important to remember that like ranking is based on a whole lot more than who has the best reviews. Like really, it's the number one thing I bring up to customers all day long, because they're like, oh, I have the best reviews. Why don't I rank the best? It's not that simple. So in this case, what was actually hurting this business was something that we call the kiss of death. Personally, that's what I call it in local search, known as the filter. So the filter is this thing that we have in the local search results that's quite annoying. On the organic end, I actually think the filter is great. On the organic end, Google is designing it to filter duplicate content. So if 15 different people publish similar stuff, Google doesn't want to like return that to their user 15 times. They want to return unique things, right? So we all know that. I wrote a whole article about that and how it works on Moz. And actually, there's quite a few applications to big brands, but I'm not going to dive into that. The local filter, sometimes called the possum filter, is this concept that basically like listings that are close together and in the same industry, Google will pick one and filter out the rest. And sometimes they pick two. But this is a real problem when you've got, 75 realtors working out of the same office. And I kid you not, we actually did an audit that had like over 100 lawyers in the same building, or I've seen plumbers across the street from each other. It's really problematic. And what you see is stuff like this, like one will rank, and then you can zoom in on the local results, and all of a sudden all these other ones pop up. So in this particular case of this client I was looking at, he was a realtor. 2 of the realtors in his office were ranking, 3 of them were filtered, and obviously he was one of the ones that was filtered. So I'm like, okay, why is he getting filtered? Let's go see like how this other guy that's ranking is beating him. And of course, they're keyword stuffing. We all know this works really well. If you don't, I'm about to show you. So putting keywords in your business name is against Google's guidelines, but we call it keyword stuffing, however you want to refer to it, same thing. It's basically adding a lot of words to your business name that aren't actually a part of your business name. Now, how much does this impact ranking? Well, to highlight this, I'll give you an example. We had a fake listing a long time ago until Google killed it, that we used to do testing on, and it was a fake listing for a fake restaurant that didn't exist. And this fake listing didn't have a website, but we were like, okay, they obviously don't have anything on their listing to do with salad bars. So we're going to essentially add the word salad bar to their business name and see what happens. They didn't have any proper categories, no content, nothing. Like there's no reason why they should rank for salad bar. And as you might guess, the moment we added the keywords, they went from not ranking at all to ranking 5th overnight. And I kid you not, overnight. We remove the keywords, they go back to the bottom. We add the keywords back, and you'll see maybe Google's confused for like a week there, and then they're back to ranking number 5. Now, as I put as a disclaimer, this is against Google's guidelines. So if you're thinking like, great, I'm going to go now, see you later, Joy, I'm going to go add this to all my clients' listings, big disclaimer there, do at your own risk. They may get suspended. Who knows? It really depends on how you do it and if Google catches you. Speaking of guidelines, there's other things that Google has against the guidelines. One of those being fake listings for businesses that don't exist, like the restaurant one I was using as an example. So this is a way that we often see, can hurt legitimate businesses. So in this particular illustration here, when I was looking at ranking for this business, when they went from 3 to 11, and then you'll see obviously went back to 3, when we were looking into like what made the ranking drop, we found a lot of this crap. So these are not real businesses. Like there's no homeowners insurance Provo, homeowners insurance Aura, like these aren't real companies. These are lead gen listings that are created by marketers who like to sell the leads to real businesses. It's a whole industry. Hopefully if you're listening, you're not in that industry, but maybe some people are. And there was actually an article that was put out in the Wall Street Journal about this a while ago. And in this article, I thought it was really fascinating because one of the people that sells these listings actually was willing to be interviewed. And they talked about how they were charging $100 for each fake listing, and they could generate up to 3,800 fake listings per day. I mean, it's really tempting to get into that industry when you hear numbers like that. But like you're maybe thinking, okay, these new listings wouldn't rank anywhere, right? Like Google, requires a lot to rank in their search results. And if you look at studies that Ahrefs has done on the organic side, only 5.7% of all new published pages will get to the top 10 within a year. Like that's a rough stat. So that's going to make it sound like, in the local results, you wouldn't have a brand new listing ranking without quite a bit of time and effort. Well, I can tell you that the amount of time it takes for a listing to rank anywhere, not obviously for competitive queries, on Google in the local pack results is less than a day. And I'll show you some examples. Like this is a business that you can see, like they created the listing. Even the first month, they started getting calls, not many, granted, just 3. But then you'll see it start to go up. And then the moment they started getting reviews was when really it started to go up. So reviews are very key here. But again, most of these people creating these fake listings are, flooding them with fake reviews. So as far as how Google's doing to combating this problem, they publish these studies and it's like, okay, they removed 20 million listings in 2022. That's cool. That's 8 million more than in 2021. So this problem's clearly not going away. We've seen though, the average small business, some of them don't deal with this at all. Depends on the industry. But we had one in glass door repair that over the course of a year and a half, we had 316 listings that we reported that got removed that should never have been there to begin with. And that's a heck of a lot of listings for a few markets in Florida. This other one we had for 3 months, we had 92 listings get reported and removed. They were in the cash for junk car space, another horrifically spammy industry. Tree removal is another one where we've seen, removing these types of things has had a pretty decent impact. So this is like they're ranking for tree removal before and after. And it's only really necessary in certain industries where this is a problem. So not everything. Like there's no real spam like this in hotels, for example. But the cool thing is actually seeing how it translates to business, because ranking is just a small piece. Like we don't really want to judge our results based on ranking. But when we hear things like, oh, our trend to hire before hiring you guys was that our, a seasonal business, because it's a tree business, was normally flat and now we're up by 10%. That's where it really makes sense to focus on this stuff if it's going to actually result in more leads for the business. How you report fake listings or fake reviews, there's the form called the business redressal complaint form. So you can go there if you are in an industry that has a lot of this. So Claire, that is the end of my session. If you want to come back on, I'll shout out, we have an event coming up in Local U in the Toronto area coming up in October, but I don't know where everyone's attending from. But if you want an excuse to come to Toronto and meet me and my team, come to our event. I don't know where Claire is.
Hello. I'm here. I kept saying, I want to be. Oh, there she is. Who else might be at your event, Joy?
Yeah, there is actually this weird lady from the UK. No, I'm kidding. Yeah.
Who's that?
Claire
Who's that?
Yeah. Claire is. I should have put that in there. Yeah, Claire is also speaking at the event.
And I get to meet you in real life.
I know, it's crazy that we've never met, right?
Yeah. I know, it's exciting. So thank you. That was brilliant. We have got so many questions. Shall we just start? How long have we got? We have got 10 minutes. So, right, let's go with the questions. Mark asks, when using GeoGrids to track, what is your recommendation for choosing the keywords? We see some huge fluctuations between keywords that seem to share the same search intent.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy. Like you don't want to go overboard. So I say track usually the top 5 to 10 that show up in your Google business profile performance, that report that Google shows you those keywords. Pick like the top 5 to 10. It depends on the numbers. Like if you see this massive drop in like your 10th one is like, 10 searches a month, I don't think there's any point in tracking that.
So, right, brilliant. Based around like volume and opportunity, I that makes sense. What do we have next? Jack would love to hear your thoughts on how to properly manage practitioner listings alongside listings for the business. Multiple practitioners, old listings.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry,
right?
Jack.
I hate practitioner listings. I'll just put that out there. Like I used to be a fan and we tried so many things that like theoretically they should work. But the problem is if you don't get reviews on them, they just perform terribly. So they're just more of a nuisance than anything else. You never want them unless there's a category. Like sometimes we were like, oh, dentists, there's, like 15 different categories for dentists. So maybe, but honestly, in every case we've tried where we set one up, they don't get reviews and then it doesn't perform and it just gets in the way. So I don't recommend creating practitioner listings at mass unless you really know what you're doing. As far as what to do with old ones, try and delete them if you can. That would be my suggestion. And if you are managing them, just really, I would really encourage people to just see if they're actually performing, because the majority of the ones I've ever looked at are just more of a pain than a benefit.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Because I always used to think, oh, what an opportunity.
Right?
You know, especially in the US, the whole idea of practitioner listings, and you can really, you know, you can get all this visibility because you can go with these secondary categories, but move them up to primary, blah, 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 blah. But obviously, just the whole upkeep of the Google business profile is just negates any of the value. So
yeah,
that is very useful to know that you're not using those anymore.
No.
What do we have next? Heath asks, for sites that are all on subdomains, so franchises of a business in the same metro, are there many things we should look at to make sure they aren't competing in each other's territories?
I really think twice about I hate subdomains. Like, they're like terrible for SEO. We've convinced lots of clients to move off them. So that's my biggest tip. But if you can't get rid of them and you have absolutely no say over that, I mean, really seeing how they compete, I would say look at grid rankings, see how one ranks versus the other. That's the easiest way to see who's doing what, you know, compare. I've seen this we have a few big companies that we work with that have like 1 million locations, and I've seen cases where, like, you know, this location will filter out this location, and you can clearly see it. One's green, one's red for like the pins that are literally identical. So it should be easy to see on grid tracking.
Brilliant. Yeah, I can. Yes. Okay. Yeah. And the next question is, would you still test the homepage as the Google Business Profile landing page for a business with multiple locations?
Yes, unless it's ranking well. I would always say do not fix what's not broken ever. So if it's ranking well, you're really dominating your market, leave that thing alone. But if it's not ranking well, there's no harm.
Give it a go.
One thing I'll make a disclaimer, because I don't want a bunch of people getting mad at me because their listing got suspended. Do not make a ton of edits to your listing all at once. That can trigger a suspension, especially if you're like a locksmith or garage door repair or something like that. So I do want to put that disclaimer out there when you're messing around with these things. It really does depend on what business category you're in, how much risk you're taking.
Yeah. Okay. So if you were going to try that out, then just make that one change and don't do it at your busiest time of year.
Yeah. And don't go like modify your business name and then your phone number. Like, this is where like people get suspended all the time for doing stuff like this.
Okay. Yeah. So definitely give it a go. That's quite an interesting one. What do we have next? Harmony. Do you think the local possum filter might change based on industry, as in 2 taco restaurants next to each other?
Yeah, restaurants, it happens like crazy. I haven't seen any evidence that it's different in any industry. So the filter applies across the board, but it's on the keyword level. So like you might have 2 businesses, let's say 2 dentists in the same plaza, and one might rank for teeth whitening because they're more relevant for teeth whitening, and the other one might rank for dentists. So it's literally each keyword you're going to find a different business is filtered. So we see that a lot. So it's a very big problem.
Can I ask you the easiest way to diagnose a problem with filtering?
Diagnose. Usually it's like, so on grid tracking, usually you'll see odd patterns. Like normally it's like you go green, yellow, red, right? And we see often with filter cases, it's like green, red, yellow, green. Like it's really weird. It's all over the place. And then again, if you have lots of other businesses in the same industry as you, in the same building plaza, like it's 200 feet. So that's about how long the distance needs to be for it to be a problem.
Fabulous. So you just need to drill down into that bit where you're like, oh, that's weird. And then maybe you'll find that you're sharing a location with, you know, someone that's competing then for something.
It is hard to diagnose, but definitely like that's the easiest way to do it.
Okay, cool. What do we have next? When you helped your client to remove those negative reviews and bring it back to 4.9 stars, did you use a guide similar to Mike Blumenthal's, or did you use a legal team to remove negative reviews?
We did not use a legal team, although I know some people, especially in Europe, that say that works phenomenally. So it doesn't seem to work as well over on this side of the world. But No, we did not use a legal team. We, pride ourselves on being experts with arguing with Google support. So I knew they were against Google's guidelines and was pretty determined to get them removed. But I don't think this particular case needed that much arguing. I think we were able to do it like the first time.
Brilliant. I guess you know, I don't guess. I know that you know all of the the processes in and out of appealing these and getting these things done. I hope that was helpful. What is the next question that we have here? Mark is asking, we've had problems with Google approving Google business profiles for national companies that also service locally, where they're based or where they live. No bricks and mortar, just service area. Any ideas?
Oh, there are so many rules. Service area businesses are like the dumpster fire of Google business profiles. Like they do a horrible job at managing them. There are rules. If you have these set up correctly, where they are actually individually staffed locations, like, and by locations, I realize you don't have a physical location, but let's say you're a plumber and you have like 6 different sections, and sometimes they're franchises or whatever routes around the same state. You just basically need to make sure that there's no overlap and that your teams are separated, and that it's obvious when they go to your website. You know, if you're in Chicago, you call this team and this team comes to get you. And if you're in Naperville, you call this team, or Aurora and this team. And I'm using Chicago as an example, but it can't overlap at all. And then also whatever addresses you're using have to be eligible. So that's the kicker. Like, you can't use UPS stores, co-working spaces, virtual offices, any of that stuff. It has to be like an address that you have the authority to represent. So not, just a random employee. So it's problematic. There isn't one specific way to go about it, but the guidelines, I think we have an article on our website, something around the lines of like when service area businesses are allowed multiple listings. That's the best guide
you do have a piece of content on that. Actually, I can remember reading that, so we might get a link to that in the chat, because like with when you read the guidelines, you need to read between the lines, don't you?
They're so confusing. Yeah.
In all of these different contexts and scenarios.
Yep, it's a mess.
Brilliant. Good luck, Mark. Have we got another question? Let's have a look. Oh, yes. What can we do about these cheeky services?
Yeah, that it pisses me off. What's even worse is when they remove them. You're like, I do that. Stop removing it. So if they are, there's a difference between what we call predefined services and custom services. Predefined services impact ranking. Custom services, we don't think they impact ranking. We've tested it a bunch, hasn't seen any movement on any of them. So as I know right now, custom services don't. So custom being like you enter it in, you make them up. Predefined are the ones that are there where you check the boxes. So if it's a predefined service that Google's adding or removing, I would worry, because that could impact your ranking. If it's like a custom service, there isn't any way to stop it, but Google has told us that if you remove it, it shouldn't come back. It's not true. I've shown them lots of examples where it's not true, but that's how it's supposed to work, is if you remove it, it doesn't come back. But that's an open problem that we brought up years ago to them that's not been fixed yet.
That's such a surprise. Things not being fixed.
Right.
A question for you. Predefined and custom services, can both types of services be pulled in as a justification if we're still seeing those services justifications?
I believe so. Yeah.
Brilliant. There we are then. Fantastic. I think we've got time for 2 more, I reckon, if I'm quick. Sarah asks, what can you do when Google says you're located in a different place than the city listed in your address? For example, your address is Lakewood, Colorado, but Google says you're Plummer in Jefferson County.
Oh man, this is like the worst case, because there's like no good solution here. So you're not going to rank for stuff in Lakewood. Like if the term has Lakewood in it and you're not inside the city boundaries, then you won't rank for it. We had a client that was literally right on the boundaries. We took his pin and we dragged it like right inside, and it worked. But you can't do that for most businesses. Like he was right outside. Like, I mean, like we just literally moved it a little bit, but it was crazy to see that made him rank. So unfortunately, you have to move. Like I know that's a horrible solution, but there are lots of local search problems that cannot really be solved, and this is one of them.
Because they just demarcate boundaries according to how they choose to demarcate boundaries.
Yeah, and they change. The boundaries can change, like if your city updates things or whatever. But yeah, we run into this all the time in rural areas. People right outside, and they default to like a county or something because they're right outside the boundaries of the city. And then they won't rank for terms that include the city name, but you should still rank for like plumber, just not plumber, Lakewood, Colorado.
Yeah. Such a pain. And it just shows you need to do your research before you, you know, if you're getting an office or wherever you're setting up shop, do your research beforehand. If you're going to be relying on Google, you need to know what Google thinks is where you are. Have we got time? Oh, just one more. It's wafer thin. Come on. Can we have just one more? Jack asks, have you noticed any new trends regarding verification, suspensions, access to support about GBP related issues?
I mean, I wouldn't say this is a new trend. Google's really awful with suspensions, with dealing with them. So I definitely would say that we've noticed a bad trend on that case with them refusing to reinstate stuff that's actually within guidelines. So that's, I think, getting worse in this year. A lot more arguing. When I said become an expert at arguing with Google, I've had to really pull that out this year. Verifications, I would say this is a good thing, although a lot of agencies hate a lot of agencies hate this, but it's video verification is like becoming the default method for verification. And I realize that like agencies that like to do all this for their clients can't really do it anymore. Google wants that. So I actually would like, it's a good thing. We're seeing like less fake listings getting created. Like it's going to be a lot harder to fake video verification versus faking where a postcard goes is actually very easy. So I think it's overall a good thing.
Fantastic. That's all we've got time for, even though there's more questions. There always are more questions. Thank you.
You can hit me up on Twitter.
Okay, you heard it here first. Joy, well, Joy gives a lot of her time to helping people with their questions. So be careful with your questions and use your time carefully. Thank you very, 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 very much, Joy. It was lovely to see you. Thanks for being here today with us.
See you soon.
Yeah, see you in real life. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye. Ah, wowzers, always a whistle-stop tour with Joy. We have got something very special now. It is the lovely, I don't know what happened to my brain then. I think it's because it's quite late. It is time to welcome Ben and Krystal to the stage. My brain. Hi. How are you?
Hey. Oh my God. Have you been doing this for 6 hours?
It feels like longer, but yes.
Oh my goodness.
No, it's been absolutely super fun. It's like an extended webinar of non-stop information and brilliant speakers. And I'm just like, okay, I don't know if any more of this can go into my brain, but fortunately I can watch it later in pieces. So we are very excited to have you here. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah.
And Krystal Taing right here. I'm going to just do a little intro to the webinar, and then we are going to kick off with the questions. So in this webinar, we want to touch base on the search generative experience, or SGE. From a recent poll that we did, we found that 33% of local marketers hadn't heard of SGE. 41% of local marketers didn't feel confident that they understand it, and 73% of local marketers don't know how it will affect the local results. And that, fortunately, is where you come in as local search experts who live and breathe the latest changes in the industry. We need you to help me and everyone and the audience get a better feel of what SGE is and what to expect. So, whether today we put their mind at ease or inspire them with ways to tackle the change in the industry, we can all hopefully leave feeling a bit more confident and knowledgeable and thinking about what SGE is going to basically mean to us. So we're going to just kick this off quickly with a quick poll. So we're going to ask our attendees to share a little bit about their feelings towards SGE. Are we doing a poll, or are we just writing stuff in the chat? Someone's going to tell me. No poll. Okay, tell me in the chat. How are you feeling about it? How are you feeling about it? Do you know what it is? Have you actually managed to get in and check it and see what it's like? A good point, Simon. Have we had SGE in the UK? No, I don't think so.
Actually,
no,
as of today, yes.
No.
I was going to say as of yesterday, it just launched in India and Japan.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. So I don't think it's the UK yet, but it's out of the US. India and Japan just launched yesterday.
Yep.
So of course, I would imagine it makes sense why a lot of pollsters don't feel confident with it, because it is a very US specific test.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we'll probably have it by the end of the year, Claire.
I think Wendy Moon has summed it up with her emoji.
I like that emoji.
It is yeah, so I think I've read some stuff about it. I've seen some screenshots, but I haven't really played around with it myself. So what we're going to talk about first is, this is to either of you. What do we know about SGE so far? What do we actually know about it?
So I wanted to address, there's a couple questions in there, like, is it the same thing as BARD? Is it the same thing as, as others? But there's a few different, I think, features and functions around AI. So it's important to be aware of it. So SGE, which is Google's Search Generative Experience, is basically AI within Google search. You don't go to another website, you don't go outside of it. It does leverage some of the similar functions that are in BARD, but BARD is kind of a standalone function, whereas SGE is Google's re-envisioning of what Google search is. And that is what is not available in the UK, and as of right now, just in the US, in Japan, and India. There are similarities between ChatGPT and BARD and some of these other features, but SGE is a little bit separate. So anytime we reference it, we're speaking specifically about like the Google experience.
The in-search experience.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah. And it's at the top, basically, of search. It doesn't trigger for every single query. Like, I was just playing around with it last night to see if they've improved any a little bit in the local results, and it didn't trigger for 100% of my queries. So it's kind of a guessing game to Google to figure out whether basically AI can really help summarize what you're trying to figure out and then lead you down the path of more questions, which is a whole nother feature. Actually, that's the part I love about SGE is the follow-up questions, because now all of a sudden you're not thinking about the follow-up questions. It's saying, well, do you want to find out about this? Or what about that? And it's like, you know what? I didn't think about that. That's useful. But yeah, so anyway, but it is at the top of search. I mean, they're basically, if you think about it, really what they did is they had to kind of rush and catch up to what Bing was doing. So in a sense, they almost mirrored exactly what Bing was doing. But the Bing chat is completely different because it kind of integrates some of the better features of ChatGPT, at least in creative mode. Whereas when you're looking at something like SGE, it is totally not doing that whatsoever.
Yeah, I will say one of the biggest differences I know with SGE is, like, as we mentioned, it is in search experience. So most of the time, whenever you're searching, you're doing very similar searches as you would right now. That would generate maybe a map pack, a shopping ad, but the result you get with SGE is very different. And it's delivered in a way that Google's saying, this is the answer. Whereas with like a traditional search result, they're like, here's a lot of information you can use to make your own decision. So I think from like a consumer perspective, it's a little bit different. And that's where a lot of the skepticism, you'll see like within the chat, like people saying like, oh, they're getting this stuff wrong. I think to the average consumer, they don't know they're getting that stuff wrong. And that's why I think like marketers are a little bit skeptical about that information.
So one little thing about that, and that is that with anything that is, and I'm going to say AI because it's not true AI, it's machine, it's a large language model, it's machine learning, it's semantic search, kind of all wrapped up into one. It's computers doing computer stuff is really what it is. So it's kind of is that when some queries, you will actually get back 3 to 4 answers in one SGE result. And if you read them, you'll notice that there's just a slight variation between the pieces of information. So it's not giving you 100% concrete result. It's pulling data in from lots of different sources. Sometimes I've seen up to 30 sources and it's just trying to piece it all together and trying to answer basically what you've asked. And I think that's also the limitation of SGE at this time too.
For sure. I think that some of this you have covered in your answers here, but what are the main ways that SGE differs from the other AI integrations on the market right now, like ChatGPT, Bard, Bing AI? Anything else to add there in terms of the main differences?
I will say that one of the things that I think SGE is focused on is trying to push the needle at the way they deliver information to consumers to be a little bit more conversational. However, because it's within a search, platform that people are already using in a certain way, it's quite confusing how the information is delivered. Whereas ChatGPT is a completely different interface. Bard is a different interface. So I'm a little bit more forgiving and open to getting to understand the way it delivers information. Like as Ben mentioned, it's done in a conversational way. They want you to ask follow-up questions. They want you to dive deeper. They want you to redirect. And when I say they, large language models, it's not, a person behind there. But that's the intention, is to actually have a conversation and discover the information. And so I think that's probably one of the bigger differences, and why I personally lend myself a lot more to leveraging ChatGPT and Bard versus the results I'm given within SGE.
So that's actually a really good way to sum it up. I think there's a couple layers that we can throw on top of it. And recently did actually a webinar with Steve Weedman and Bird Eye, and we talked a lot about this topic. The problem-solving solutions, right, that are more like assistants, that's basically what they are. They're assistants, right? There is no way, well, actually you can write a prompt that will actually have it have a conversation with you. That's another story. But, you have ChatGPT, which came out in November last year, basically worldwide as far as recognition goes. And then, really kicked off the notch. Kicked it off in January. This was bankrolled, of course, in part by Bing, by Microsoft. I forget how many billions of dollars they sunk into it, but a lot. And ChatGPT basically took the world by storm because it was very accessible. It was easy to understand, and you ask a question, you got an answer. Unfortunately, we also found out about hallucinations at that time as well, where if you asked it to say, what are your sources? What are your citations? ChatGPT would throw up all over itself. And so then we've got Bing search. So Bing search is as close to Bard as you can get, right? Because Bing search came first, Bard kind of mirrored Bing. However, with Bing search, you can go into creative mode, which is basically ChatGPT. Mm-hmm. I still see Bing as a pseudo assistant, really. The search results are horrible, but it's Bing, so I guess we expect this. But then you have Anthropic, which is Claude. Claude is a better forward-facing ChatGPT. Also has a huge number of tokens. It has over 100,000 tokens. Just to put that into perspective, is you have ChatGPT, which is 35,000 or 25,000 tokens. A token is a letter, a space, right? And that can actually be multiple tokens per letter. But with 100,000 tokens, you can put in the Encyclopedia Britannica, and you can go ahead and query anything against it. So it'll take an entire book or more. Encyclopedia, yeah. So, so there's that. So those are the assistants that are out there. But then, like Krystal was so eloquently stating, is SGE is a little bit different. SGE is about the conversation. It's about figuring out what you're trying to do. As a normal searching, as a normal, as a marketer, right? We've always used it where we drill down and we drill down and we drill down until we get into the questions that we want. Well, now what Google wants to do is they want to use SGE not for our generation, by the way. This is not for us. This is for teenagers. That's actually who, yeah. I'll get into that in a minute, but yeah. So anyway, they're trying to basically be that one answer. and it's still in learning mode, which is why it's not perfect.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You've answered some of this already. It's like, how is this? But now let's think about this in the context of local search. You know, how is this going to change basically the local search experience? What do we need to do to get ready for that?
I will say, especially if anyone's done or prepares to do any local searches in SGE, it's very different. You do not get what you traditionally understand today as like a map pack. Oftentimes you're getting information, you are getting a lot of sources and articles. And I think this week we've seen Brody and a few others start reporting that there's changes in the SERP where you'll see the mentioned in showing in the search results. That's very similar to what a lot of these links look like in SGE. So it's my thought that it's probably Google trying to merge the worlds together and then probably trickle in some of these changes slowly over time. So it's not just like thrown in everyone's face, a completely new search experience. But I think that is one of the things that makes this quite unique, and that there's not your Google business profile. It doesn't show up as a result right now in GBP as it stands. However, Google is pulling a lot of information from your GBP profile. So it's definitely still important. You will see things like reviewers mentioned this, average star rating is this, but it just shows up in a search result. So it's quite interesting to see how it's going to, play out. Like if there's always going to be a map pack, if they're going to merge that at some later date. But oftentimes now you'll see the name of the business, a few articles cited, features and details that are pulled from your GBP profile, but it doesn't display the same way as the map pack does today.
Yes and no. So if you do HVAC near me or personal injury lawyer near me or something like that, right? It triggers what I would consider actually a 5-pack, because you'll see 5 different companies mentioned, okay? And then you'll see also a map on the right-hand side. You don't get the traditional 1 box. That's gone, at least as of today. The 1 box is completely gone. Okay, fine, whatever. And this is actually new, but you click on a profile name, right? And then in line, it shows basically the GBP profile. In actually a modified way, by the way, a slimmed down data way. The thing that is interesting is if you look at the SGE result, and then you scroll down and you look at the traditional 3-pack result, more often than not, they're not going to be ordered the same. So number 1, 2, and 3 might still be in that 5-pack somewhere, but it might be like 1, 2, and 4. It's very strange. And then you look at the sources. And now this is also a little bit new, and that is there's a little down arrow basically. And this is where it's parsing different pieces of information as answers. But if you click on the down arrow, now you get what they consider the sources for the answer. What's interesting is Google will reference itself. It'll say one source is Google. And that's basically a link to your Google business profile is what that is if you click on it. Which will get you, I think, I'm not sure actually if that'll get you a 1 box. I got to test that. So, but then it'll bring in stuff that I think is just complete utter junk. It'll bring in Yelp, for instance. And not only will it bring in Yelp, it'll bring in Yelp multiple times as a source. And then if you click on that source and you go to it and you're like, okay, well, great. Where's XYZ law firm in Yelp? And it's not even on the page. So again, it's kind of a little disconnect as to how it's actually functioning.
Yeah. And I will say it changes almost every single day. So like what I saw and was seeing a week ago, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago are completely different. Like even as Ben mentioned, like, the drop down mentioning sources, that is new. Historically, it's been a couple of months. There was just like a handful of sources in the top right corner that were associated to a couple of the results.
Yeah.
But it's interesting because like to Ben's point, sometime I've seen 5 results, but if I do a search right now for plumbers near me, I get 10 results and they're grouped by different services. It'll say,
Oh,
these are
really?
plumbers that offer drainage services. These are plumbers that also offer heating and cooling. I didn't include that in my search whatsoever. It is changing constantly. And it's definitely using functionality and features that are within GBP profiles. So I can like pretty confidently say it's not going away. The way we interact with it might change a bit. The way that, you know, end customers see your Google business profile might be a little bit different, but it's all of the results show that the information within there that Google's always said has been really important to add is still very prominent within SGE.
Yeah. And let's be real here about something, first of all, okay? That is, this is not going away. Google has dug in on this, and they have product managers who own this piece of the product. Actually, multiple divisions probably have product managers that own this, that own this. So they have so much invested in this. They know this is the future. They know they have to do this. I'm going to get back and get into a stat in about a second on this. But also, let's, again, be real about it. They have an amazing amount of data that they're working off of. So we know that Google rolls things out. They will test, iterate, keep it in beta for a long time, probably. This is going to be probably here for at least in beta for at least a whole another year, which is not a long time, but it feels like it's going to be a long time. But again, to come back to it, I don't think it's going to necessarily, it's not going to kill SEO. It's not going to kill local SEO. You know, it's like people were before when ChatGPT came out and going, oh my God, my job is over. You know, you can do a technical audit in ChatGPT. No, you can't. Sorry. It can help you with things. You know, so again, I think this is going to do nothing but help our industry. We're going to have to figure out how to train Google in a sense, right? We're going to have to speak to, as SEOs, we're going to have to learn how to speak to basically machine learning. But the beautiful thing is that for people who have been in this industry for a long time, we know this. Things change. They change almost every couple of years, but we adapt. This is going to be a little bit harder to adapt to, but eventually people are going to start seeing some patterns as things get more kind of concrete. And right now they're just not concrete. And Lily Ray has some amazing research that she has done. She's been really keeping on top of this, like overall. And so, you know, I would say that, you know, follow Lily if you really want to know where this is going. And don't panic, just kind of adjust.
Panic!
One stat that I just want to throw out there really quickly is that, and this also came out yesterday too, in that same article that you were mentioning, about India getting rolled out there. And that is that Google's done quite, of course, extensive research on who is using SGE. Now, SGE is invite only. You have to actually toggle it on after you get the invite. So that's one barrier of entry. But what they've found out is that out of all their users that are using SGE, the main group is in the age range of 18 to 29. That's the biggest age group. And that represents, by the way, it's like 20% is what it comes down to. And this is why I say they're not doing SGE for us. Yeah, we're here. Yeah, we're contributing to it in a kind of way. But really, if you look at the full vision of SGE, they're going to be bringing in more rich media, things like they talked about, you know, YouTube Shorts, TikTok, Instagram, etc., more and more into search itself. So is that really us, our age group, that is the audience? And the answer is kind of no. It's meant for that 18 to 29. So that's how long their vision is. Their vision is what does that group want from search? And so we need to for that.
Yeah, I think it doesn't necessarily matter to Google how big of a difference it looks to someone like me, because I'm not their target audience. But I also am someone that has changed over the last 5 years the way I search and find new businesses. I am heavily relying on like TikTok to discover new businesses and then use Google to validate the information. I'm sure Google sees this information and that can be driving some of the you know, reasons behind SGE and the push for the change in discovery. So it's definitely quite interesting.
For sure. I think that some people worry about how, the authenticity and trustworthiness of SGE and, can we really, trust it to answer our questions?
I look back at search in the 90s, specifically 1998, when Google first came out, right? Or kind of officially out of backrobe. And, I look back fondly on those days, but, if you want to think about accuracy and how inaccurate things can be, you only have to look back to those kind of the golden era, of the 90s, late 90s into the 2000s. It was horrible. Yeah, you had 10 blue links, but not everything was as accurate as it could be. I mean, it took, years to really improve. So I think we're going to see the same thing with SGE.
Yeah, I would say the same. I'm assuming, and it's quite funny, Simon mentioned in the channel, like the SEOs are going to be very critical of this. Like we are going to be very skeptical of it because we have very high standards. We've been putting in a lot of work for years and years for our clients, and we want to make sure that's not jeopardized. But I think generally, Google has so much more information about the web and businesses in general that I think there's still a possibility for SGE to be very successful, but also there's a lot of room for improvement. So, I mean, of course, there's going to be mistakes, there's going to be errors, and I still do think SGE and every AI tool is best used kind of as a suggestion, and the really important decisions are made with someone that has experience and not just blindly trusting Google. It's the reason why, like, yes, Google might say this restaurant is 5 stars, but I want to look at the photos and I want a recommendation from a personal, like a friend. Like that is not changing. So I think while we're hypercritical, this is a pretty big change. I think generally it can be trustworthy, but we still should push on Google to make the changes. Like, as we mentioned, Lily Ray's been very instrumental in her research of SGE. Like every time I see her tweet or something she writes, she talks about the citations and how impactful that is to businesses. And now we see Google start, adding a lot more citations in SGE. So it's definitely important, I think, for us to push on that.
Yeah.
And just to dovetail into that really quickly, Claire, because that's all amazing, great info, Krystal. And that is that, use the feedback feature of SGE. We know that, Krystal and I know as PEs that the teams actually do read that feedback. It doesn't just go into a black hole. So use it. I mean, if you want this tool to be something that is useful to you as a professional and useful to your clients as customers, then use that feedback tool, because one piece of feedback can actually impact the entire product.
Well, that's good to know, isn't it? That it's not like, drop your suggestion in this suggestion box and then we will ritually burn it at the end of every day and nobody will read it. That's brilliant.
It's a suggestion box with a shredder right underneath it.
Yes, straight into the shredder.
First, go to your Google account, change your age range to 18 to 24, because that's really who Google cares about, and then provide the suggestion.
Yeah, and then you'll get to test all the stuff probably faster as well. So I'm wondering who all these entrepreneurial 18, 29-year-olds that are signing up for all the tests at Google. I thought that was just old people like me, but obviously clearly not. So coming back to local SEOs again, what do we need to do? Do we know what we need to do to gain visibility? And do we need to worry about our sort of current marketing efforts and whether or not they're going to leapfrog over to this new environment?
So I would say the best thing to do, of course, if you're in the US or now India, Japan, or maybe can spoof your browser location, go do a couple searches. Go do some searches to see what it looks like. Understand you're still showing up. You're still showing up primarily for the searches that you were showing up before in the same areas. What's being displayed is a little bit different. It's important to see those sources that are being cited. They do also change as well. That's another thing that changes. It's a list of sources. Like one day, Google might have the BBB as a source. Another time they might have Yelp. They might have a different local blog. but understand how you're being displayed and the information Google's pulling. It's not going to drastically change any strategy, but I think as Ben mentioned, it's our job and our role to be informed and help guide and ease our customers into this new environment. But that's really the most you can do right now.
Yeah. You know, I forget where I heard it this week, but somebody said that, well, Google has said that they're going to devalue links even more and go more to SGE, right? I personally have not read that, and I don't believe it. I think that's probably a rumor because it doesn't make any sense, right? If we take a look back at the history of Google search, you had, when they first came out, you know, Backrub or whatever you want to, whatever, yeah, it was Backrub, and Google search in 1998, it was dependent almost 100% based on links, right? That's what they did. That's what the patent read. And then over time, they grew and grew and grew as far as what type of, you know, new signals they would use to rank a piece of content. And as more and more content became available, as more signals became available, I think, you know, in the 2000s, we were up to 250 separate signals. Then all of a sudden, Hummingbird comes along. And the entire industry threw up their hands and went, crap, thanks, Google, right? You've changed the game again. No, they didn't. They still rely on those 250 signals. Hummingbird was all about bringing semantic search, which is basically what we're looking at kind of with SGE, to the table, right? Which did nothing but improve search. And it forced marketers to start looking into the meaning of things and to explaining and answering questions before they're asked, basically. So I don't think that we are going to have to change a lot of what we are doing in the near term. I think that overall, because it's a large language model, it can learn things very quickly on its own, right? So we don't need to prod it as much. But will things like schema be necessary? That's a question. I think, again, links are still the bedrock, and I think they're still going to be necessary. But is a unstructured versus a structured citation going to be something which is more important? And I actually think that the unstructured citation is going to become, and we've kind of seen this a little bit since Hummingbird, is going to become even more important. So if somebody references you and just mentions you, they don't actually link to you, Google can understand and say, okay, well, you mean this, right? You know, when I used to talk about semantic search, you know, I used to bring up a good example of how semantic search and large language models now how Google can tell between things. And if you look at like the word wedding band, well, okay, what does that mean? Wedding band. You're looking for a wedding band. Is that a wedding band or a wedding band? You know, and that's where SGE is going to come in. I really think wonderfully, because you type in wedding band, it's going to follow up in a prompt immediately. Well, are you talking about a wedding band that plays music?
Yeah, yeah. It's like active disambiguation by asking a question is like, whoa, okay.
Exactly.
Brilliant. Okay, so last question now before we move on to Q&A. We've got a few minutes for Q&A, 5 minutes. So how can we expect SGE to evolve? And is there anything that we could do like foundationally, perhaps to prepare?
So yeah, I was going to say how it can evolve. There is, I mean, it's really up to Google. I think we've seen in this beta so much change already. I love Ben's suggestion, provide that feedback. Definitely, they are actively seeking feedback. That's why it's in a beta and it's not available to all countries. So, you know, if you are in one of the countries that has access, it's quite lucky. So definitely provide the feedback. And I will say that there's a reason why Google's been pushing helpful content for so long. There's also a reason why, like if you think of GBP and local specifically, I've always wondered why Google cared so much and pushed Q&A so consistently on profiles and on the maps. Like they'll have, do you have a question? You know, please ask a question to this business. And it's like, why? No one's really looking at the Q&A. There's a reason why they've been pushing users and businesses to interact in this conversational style. I think following those cues and making sure you know, taken all of that advice is going to be helpful, but not much more you can prepare other than all of the really, you know, best practices from a local SEO perspective. Links, content, written for humans, conversational content, that kind of thing.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, all of that, all of that. You know, if you look at SGE, and actually, if you do this for yourself, I mean, I do, is I look up recipes all the time with SGE. Recipes right now, recipe sites are winning, like seriously winning at this point. But guess why?
Because they've
Like
got
Krystal
so
was
much
saying.
awful content.
Well, there's that. But seriously, but the reason why is because they're answering questions.
Yes, yes, yes.
Helpful, like Krystal saying, helpful content.
Mm-hmm.
So now I will say this is that the fact of the matter is, us as SEOs, we better be doing that anyway for our clients, right? We sure should be doing that already. You know, but I think even more and more, you know, I think that is how we help the search results.
All right. Brilliant. Thank you. My mind is definitely like I'm getting this SGE thing. I can yeah, all right, okay. Because at the start I was like, I don't want this. No, we're not having it. It was like the GA4 thing. Yes, no, we're not having it. But okay, we'll take it. We're ready now. Let's see what questions our listeners and watchers have got. So Morris asked, do you expect that people will use Google Maps more if they get confused by these results?
Possibly. I think in general, the trend we've seen in the last like 5 years is just users actually starting their discovery more on maps anyway. I wouldn't be surprised by that. But I also think it's based on the user. Like if this is the new, you know, user that Google is targeting, they'll probably stay in discovery mode on search. But if this is someone like, hey, I want to stay in my ways, I just want my list of businesses and I want to know how far they are from me, we may see some of that migrate more to maps, which isn't terrible because there's a lot more new rich features on maps as well.
I'm going to say no, and here's why. It is very simple. That you have to opt, like kind of like what Krystal was just saying. You have to opt into this, so you already know that you're in for a beta experience. But also, additionally, the 5-pack or 10-pack or whatever it is today does, for the most part, mirror the 3-pack result. So Google is still using its own property and own information and all those signals we talked about to mirror them, basically. So, and traditionally, not all the time, but traditionally, what you see in your 3-pack, you're going to see in your Google Maps too, if you're doing a great job at a local SEO, at least. So, so I guess the answer to that would, for me, would probably be not.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
No, that's a good point. I was thinking when Google turns this on completely,
Yes.
so you don't have the opt-in option.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I think you know, there's always going to be people that are just like, I know, you know, it's not for me. But then Google exists to meet supposedly the needs of the searcher. So we'll just see where we go with that. So let's see if we can get a couple more questions in. So with SGE being able to recommend locations, will there be a need for local packs in the future, or are they just going to tell you which one to go to?
I'll start, I guess, and I think the answer is yes. The local pack is going to be necessary. You know, what Google Local started in 2007, I want to say, right? Wasn't it 2007? Something like that. And you know, and we've had local packs ever since. People are used to it. It would be unimaginably difficult for them to get rid of a 3-pack type of result and just give one single result. Not to mention, if you think about it, one single result is not really good for advertisers.
No.
And I'm sorry, money is in the equation here.
Of course.
It's absolutely in the equation.
Primary factor.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think what you don't see in SGE is like your traditional map pack, but the concept of a local pack, 3 to 5 to 7 results is still relevant, and I definitely think it's going to stay. May change in different scenarios, but I definitely think the local pack is here to stay.
Brilliant. I think we have got time for one more before we need to say goodbye. Simon, what's the most interesting search term you've seen in SGE so far, or the most interesting SGE result for a particular search term?
So I will say the one that I think so far SGE does the best at, so maybe not interesting, is a product search result. The way they deliver the product information, they deliver additionally the stores it's available at, it delivers a little bit more detail. Like definitely, I think retailers have maybe a leg up on some of the other categories when it comes to SGE, because Google's really thought and delivered the information in a product-based search. So I think from a solid perspective, product searches are done really, really well in SGE.
I 1000% have to actually back that one up.
Good.
I agree.
Quite right too.
I was looking for a killer sound bar, gaming sound bar yesterday actually, and I said, so I put in, best sound bar 2023 Amazon, gaming, and yeah, actually, I didn't even look at the organic results at all. I just went straight to SGE. I had SGE on. I looked at what it said, read through it, bang, ended up on my decision and purchased it. So, but for me, what I would say the most interesting, not useful, but interesting search term is actually your brand or your client's brand. So I'm in Google all day long, typing in, the name of the company and their zip code or their address or whatever the case may be, looking for certain pieces of things, right? And what I have noticed is that more often than not, it'll actually produce an entire summary about the company and that address. And it'll tell you what else is at this address, which is useful, by the way, for spam hunting. But it also gives you a really good window into how Google sees a business. And then you can also look at those sources, of course, for what they're worth. But I found that to be the most interesting.
Yeah, brilliant. Everyone's going to need to crack on with doing that at a minimum, won't they, to see what that looks like. So sadly, that is the end of the time that we have available for questions, but we could be here all day and all night. So I'm going to have to say thank you very much to the two of you, and sadly to say goodbye to the two of you. But thank you for your time. It was lovely to see you both.
Thanks so much for having us.
Yeah, it was awesome.
See you again soon, hopefully.
Great to see you, Krystal.
Bye. Yeah, you too.
Wow. That's just like ending with a mind-blowing topic. There we are. That's the end of today's talks. And also, that is the end of the 2-day local SEO for good. So we all need to say an absolutely huge thank you to all of you for joining us, for donating your money and for supporting so many amazing causes. If you still want to donate, then just head to the GoFundMe page using the QR code as before and the link in the comments. So a big thank you to today's speakers, Aleyda, Dayana, Jason, Krystal, Greg, Mike, David, Tim, Joy, Krystal, and Ben. And thank you to Becky and Harry for your laughs. Thank you very much to our sponsors, Wix Studio. Thank you to everyone at Bright Local behind the scenes. You've been absolutely awesome. And thank you for having me, Claire, along. It has been such a pleasure to be your host for these 2 days. So that's it. Goodbye and see you again soon.
you.